The following presentation of the Eric Johnson Space Administration was performed in front of a live internet studio audience. Yeah. Anyway, what's going on? How's everybody doing? We got part two. Part two of the Shuttle Pad. Reusable STS project. How you guys doing? How we doing? How we doing? We doing good? All right. What's the plan today, stream-wise? I know KSP first. KSP first and roll out later is the plan for today. The madness is real. It's basketball time. Oh, yeah, March Madness is right. Right. As long as we refer to your broadcast studio, then I guess that's accurate, yes. Sometimes I just like saying stuff in this voice. We went to the moon. We can conquer anything. I don't know. Preemptive strike. Sorry. Are you going to be part of the NSF rollout stream? I told them I'm available, so we'll see how that transpires. Dude. You're a trip most underrated streamer. Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right. Going out to the moon. So, guys, today the schedule is this. Just work on this until SLS has a Detroit. You hear that? There's a Detroit diesel with the Jake brake on Starbase Live. Seems like everybody wants to get your attention. I swear people see the go live notification and they're like, oh, I need to talk to EJ right now. I always get a flood of messages right when I go live. It always happens. I swear people see the alert like, oh, I need to talk to EJ about something. I'm like, all right, okay. All right. Can't wait to see how far we go. Yep. I was thinking, so Lemprod, you were thinking about Blue Origin last night. Do you think for the first crewed New Glenn launches, they would fly tourist on once around orbits? Basically the same experience as the New Shepard flights. I think that space tourism is not part of Blue Origin's long-term goals. SLS is rolling out tonight, Erudite. Yeah. Yep. I need to talk to you about something. How do you feel about RL-10s with extendable nozzles? Dead-end technology. The extendable nozzle, not the RL-10. Were you able to watch that friction stir welding video? Dude, the friction stir welding video got linked to me probably 5 or 6 times. I haven't watched it. I have not watched it. I did not watch any YouTube last night. I've been, what's the right way to say this? Not like tired of YouTube, but like consuming too much YouTube, you know? So last night yeah, did none of that. Yeah, I'm sure it's a great video. Stir welding is awesome. I'm like pumped about it, but yeah, I'm yeah, just too much, you know? Just trying to dial it back a little bit. But my backlog of like videos to watch is quite large. I get linked a lot. The vid that I did watch last was a Blanco Lirio vid about how about the NTSB report about how one of the planes that was on Rebuild Rescue crashed, which the Rebuild Rescue YouTube channel. That's the last video I watched. Hey, Moist 85-month resub. Blanco Lirio is my favorite channel, dude. Like about aviation, like Juan's the man. I learned so much from that damn channel. Like you know, space flight's unforgiving. So is aviation. There's no undo button. So you best be giving yourself the best odds of success, or you will pay for it. Like, you will pay for it. And you learn a lot about that when Juan Brown goes through, like, the NTSB reports. The guy that runs the Blanco Lirio channel is a former 777 pilot and a C-141 pilot from the Air Force. So, like, he's got a lot of hours, dude. I love, dude, his insight is, like, invaluable. Fuel contamination. Yep. Pre-flight check. No pre-flight checks, dude. Like, dude, I'm not a pilot, but I know good and well you probably should check the fuel for water. And, yeah. One of the big things that you got to do with, you know, any planes, like, especially in, like single engine or small twin engine planes, is check the fuel. You got to check the fuel. Now avgas doesn't like decompose like gasoline does in a car, right? But you could still, the fuel tank is not completely airtight. You can get water in there and it can rust. And if you have a carburetor, like that type of plane has an updraft carburetor, what was it, a Beechcraft? It has updraft carbs, so you can fly at like high altitude and stuff. If water goes into the bowl, you're screwed. Just like a car. Same idea. But see, water goes in the bowl in a car, you just pull over to the side of the road. Water goes in the bowl with an airplane, your engine goes out. And you can't pull over to the side of the road. You know? Hey, Muffin, what's going on? Lately, the stuff I've been linking you is just cool stuff. Yeah, Ernock, dude, that truck that you linked me is not a donor vehicle. That's a nice truck. With that being said, you know, yes, I really do need all these cars, but also at the same time, I am neck deep into a basically full restoration of the Coronet at this point, and I do not want to, I should not buy another car right now. You know how like neck deep you need to be for me to be like, nah, I don't want to buy another car. You got the driveway space, don't. Good morning. Excited about the role for Artemis? Absolutely. But yeah, Blanco Lirio channel on YouTube. Amazing. If you really want to learn about, like, what not to do when you're flying an airplane. Wait, today was supposed to be another car day. Yeah. 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 I need to pick a day. The reason why I haven't gotten around to the car is because I'm unscrewing my terrible sleep schedule. Daylight savings time and then a couple of late rollout streams and late launch streams for NSF really screwed me up. I've been trying to unscrew that mess, and that's taking up a lot of spare time. Starship theory crafting. Could a zip line be used to unload the ship? It may be less parts than an elevator and you could just ride down. Also, why can't we build large platforms on the moon to not work on the actual surface to avoid the regolith? A zip line? How you... So, Space Gnome, how are you going to get the zip line down there? What are you going to do? Are you going to zip line straight down? I'm assuming if this is your starship, your zip line is going off at like a 60-degree angle or something to the ground. How do you get that cable down there? What is it anchored to? How do you even know if it's going to work? Yeah, I'm not trying to say this to discourage you. It's just, all right. Okay, you want to make a zip line. A zip line needs to be very, very much anchored into the ground. How are you doing that without going down to the surface? Shoot a harpoon. So how do you know that the harpoon's going to hold into the lunar regolith? How do you know? We don't know. That's a very big unknown for your concept of operations, considering, right? I'd say a ballista. yeah, you guys, there's no, see, this is what I mean. It's what you think about when you're doing mission planning, okay? All right, you shoot the harpoon into the ground. There's no doubt that we couldn't shoot, like, the zip line into the ground, okay? But now you have, like, let's say 500 kilos of cargo, or you on a zip line going down that. What's to say that that line's not going to get pulled out of the lunar regolith, and now you're just careening out of control towards the ground? Right? Okay. I'm not, once again, I'm not saying that this is a foregone conclusion. I'm saying you don't know. That is a really, really, really high price to pay, considering you got all the way to the lunar surface and you have a system that potentially could fail. That's no less safe or more safe than an elevator on the first try. I would say the elevator is safer in this regard, Space Gnome, because the elevator is a system that you can control. It's unlikely for it to... You don't need... You're introducing another requirement into your egress system for Lunar Starship that you didn't otherwise need. Right? Once again, I'm not saying... Like, don't get me wrong. It's really easy to confuse cynicism with unknown unknowns. I'm not saying that a zip line couldn't work on a starship in the future. Of course it could. Yeah, but now you need to get into a whole study and paper on lunar ballistics and how that all works. How far do you need to get down into that lunar regolith to get that thing to anchor correctly so you can slide down, so you can use it like slide wire? How much do you need? How far does it need to go? That is certainly a question that you could ask, but I would want some surface time and maybe send up a geologist up there or something to analyze lunar regolith before you even thought about doing something like that. I personally think that, like, with the elevator, as the elevator goes down, just have it unfurl a rope ladder. That's it. Or a steel ladder. Just as the elevator goes down, there's just a roll on the elevator, and the ladder is up at the top, right? And if the elevator goes down, right? If it doesn't work or it gets jammed from lunar regolith, you just climb up the ladder and get back in and then just jettison it. Right? Remember, with spaceflight, like, it's not that one way is inherently better than the other. It's what your application is, right? If your application here is just landing on the moon and not exploring the surface, then run the risk of using that zip line, right? Because it's not quintessential for your mission. But if we're going to land on the moon, you got to understand what our goals are right now. If the goals for landing on the moon is landing on the moon and then learning how to live and stay there, I don't think a zip line is very tenable in the long run, because you're introducing an unknown. Now we have to study lunar ballistics. Now you have to study regolith propagation, shooting a ballista into terrain that we frankly know nothing about. I wouldn't have an unknown like that pivot on mission success. Like, I wouldn't have my mission success pivot on an unknown like that, Space Gnome. Now, in terms of making a paved surface, I did read a paper once about, it was, I believe it's an NTRS paper. I'd have to go look. NASA Technical Reports. I did read a paper about this once where there was about a thing that you could attach to the bottom of a rocket engine that you'd use for landing. And that rocket engine has at the very tip of the nozzle, you have a slurry injection manifold, right? And it essentially injects a binder into the rocket exhaust, and that rocket exhaust hits the ground, and that binder, combined with the lunar regolith, which we do know about because we know what it's made out of from the Apollo missions, will give you a flat surface. It would be like if you had gravel, right? And then you sprayed concrete, like you could spray concrete into gravel. Like, the rocket engine will pave you a flat piece of terrain. Yeah, with a concrete slurry injection into the exhaust post-combustion. Like, downstream from the main combustion chamber and throat. Oh, nice, Panta. That's cool. Thanks for the raid, man. No, I'm not, Element. So definitely something in the future ships, and the platform sounds promising. Yeah, but I mean, Space Gnome, this is the kind of stuff that I really like thinking about. All right, you're landing on the moon, and this, it has, you have mission expectations, right? I changed the Element just for you, baby. what you're trying to do, right? But going to the moon, this is the kind of stuff you got to think about, all right? When something lands on the moon, it kicks up an insane amount of dust, and that dust, 1/6 the gravity, that dust doesn't come back down. You make a big dust cloud on the moon. There's no atmosphere to stop the ejecta from keep going. You make a big mushroom cloud whenever you land. So landing on a prepared surface on the moon in the future is probably a good idea. So that means you got to learn how to pave. So the rocket engine thing is a good idea as like a stopgap, I would say, right? Until, honestly, we'd need a machine to pave a landing site, pave a prepared surface, a landing pad, if you will. And that landing pad, if it's going to be anywhere near where you want, right? It's going to be anywhere near when you want, where you, like, you obviously want to land next to your lunar base, right? If that's the case, you're going to have to protect every structure around that from the landing site, because that regolith propagation, it's going to kick up dust. That's going to happen. Even if you have a prepared surface to an extent, you're still going to have a contaminated runway, so to speak, because people are going to be walking around, loading stuff onto ships, loading stuff off of ships. There's still going to be some regolith propagation, right? Even on a prepared surface. Like sand gets on runways sometimes. If a runway is near the ocean, you get sand on a runway, that happens. It's called a contaminated runway, right? That's going to happen on the moon. Same kind of stuff, right? And if you don't either A, clean the surface off, or B, have the landing site in a place that's not near your base modules, right? If you don't have some type of like deflector or jet blast mechanism, right, you're going to sandblast your modules every time something comes into land, right? It would be like an airport without those jet deflectors on the edges of the runways, right? You're basically going to introduce a gale force wind with lunar dust, which is basically media blast powder. It's shards of glass and sand. And yeah, if you inhale it, you're going to get very sick. You get silicosis really easily on the moon. We know that from Apollo 17. That happened to Harrison Smith. He was just like, he got like one inhale of lunar dust, and it was like, if you guys know. So, not only do you need to pave the surface, but you either need to have like a raised landing pad or a landing pad in the ground. So now you need an excavator. And that goes back to that whole thing, dude. Like, do you need you need an excavator? Like, do you need a lunar excavator? If you're going to build like a raised pad structure, right? What do we need to build that? You need a crane. You need a crane to build that. Where are you getting the materials for this landing structure? Right? Just bury the modules? Still need an excavator to do that. How deep into the surface did we get on the Apollo missions? Less than a foot. I think we saw an ESA report about using lasers to make roads. Yeah, you could do that. Okay, Blocks, that's cool. Where are you generating that kind of power for a high-powered laser to be able to, like, cauterize? Cauterize is not the right word. To be able to zap lunar regolith into a solid structure. A front-end loader to make roads. I mean bulldozer. Yeah, I see what you did there. Right? Maston Aerospace did prove injecting particles into a rocket engine to form a landing pad before it worked. Yeah, Lee, exactly. Leah, yeah. They did do that. Yeah, Maston, with their, what is it, their Zodiac lander before it crashed. Yeah, Maston proved that could work. I think it's important to understand that we're going to need heavy equipment on the moon. You're going to need an excavator. You're going to need a crane. It's just, you're going to have that. You throw an Optimus robot out of a starship, then throw a ladder behind it, then let Optimus put the ladder against the starship and let the astronaut descend. So what happens when Optimus gets down into the lunar regolith and the lunar dirt jams up all of the servo actuators? What happens then? You going to put Optimus in a spacesuit? Because you're going to have to. Dude, the consistency of lunar regolith, guys, like the dirt, not the rocks that are sitting around the moon, the dirt is basically baby powder. You know, if you've ever seen or interacted with baby powder or like talcum powder or something like that, it gets everywhere and it's impossible to like get off. Like if you get some on your shirt, you try to wipe off like flour or something, it's not coming off. Like, once again, I'm not trying to say this to be cynical. I'm saying that these are the problems we need to solve. None of these problems are inherently hard to solve. This is just, if you're planning a mission that is landing and ultimately getting down to the surface, you want to try to find the simplest way to actually do that. That's why the LEM had a ladder. They just put a ladder on the side. Much easier. Very simple. Passive mechanism. No moving parts. That's it. Easy peasy. Yeah. Good question, Space Gnome. Those are definitely things you got to think about, for sure. And those are the facets of the mission that I actually really enjoy thinking about. Like, you need a bulldozer here to make anything useful, like a road or a landing pad or like even a foundation for a house. You're going to need an excavator, right? You're going to need to dig. We need to be able to move lunar regolith around. How are you going to do that without stuff getting contaminated? Something to think about. And once again, I ain't saying it because it's an unsolvable problem. The Apollo missions learned to deal with it just fine, right? It's just, that's the kind of stuff you got to think about when you're planning missions. You think we'll ever get space like actual planes we can go to space? Was that English, Ramalot, or I don't understand what you were trying to say there. Like that with the technology with nuclear and stuff like that. Phil Metzger does studies like that. Not sure if I spelled his name right. Yeah, no, I know Phil. Phil's a good dude. I've never met him in real life, but yeah, no, Phil's good people. I learn a lot from his posts. Actually, most of the stuff that I just told you about regolith propagation comes from papers I read from him. Phil's good people. Yeah, guy's wicked smart, dude. Might be talking about that old European SSTO. Guys, I know what Ramalot is saying, but brother, please, can you do me a solid and form complete sentences? I'm not saying that to be a jerk. I'm saying that because whatever you said, it required a hefty amount of brain power to try and understand what the heck you were saying. Like, please do me a solid and form complete sentences when you ask questions. I answer a lot of questions. I try to give everybody my peace of mind, but giving me, hey, what do more likely with space is not doing me any, that please, I'm not trying to be mean. Just form a complete sentence, please. EJ, if you have a moon base, what about constructing a barrier wall to prevent dust from blowing out when things land? I mean, how's that different? I just explained that. Like, yeah, okay, build a barrier wall. How? What are you going to build it with? What are you going to build it with? You going to bring cinder blocks with you from Earth? You gonna bring a jet deflector from Earth? How's that gonna work? Use regolith and water. With what? What are we making, concrete? Okay, now you need a cement mixer. Where's that coming from? Could you tip a starship over, bury it in regolith, and convert the empty tanks? Well, Silent Garden, that goes back to the things that I was talking about. All right, you want to tip a starship over, which means you need a ground anchor and a pulley system. How do you know what the ground anchor is going to hold? EJ, could they not design very lightweight interlocking bricks? Well, yeah, of course. Of course you could. Who's making this bricks? To make a brick, you need an insane amount of heat. Well, not an insane amount of heat to generate on the moon. Like, where's that power coming from? What about foldable lightweight sails as a barrier? You want to use a parachute to deflect jet blast? Oh, well, Bob, you got it all figured out, man. You haven't done any math on this. I'm gonna... SpaceX can probably build bricks. Vibrating compactor thingy that compresses gravel into brick-like things. A vibrating compactor thingy. You would move the vibrating compactor thingy over concrete to get air bubbles out of it after you pour it, Pandaroo. It's not a compactor. It's designed to vibrate the concrete to get all the air bubbles out, so you have no air pockets in your concrete. Well, no, I saw something that you can put in gravel and compresses. Pandaroo, how does that work? What does the machine run on? What does the machine run on, dude? The compactor thing that you saw. What does it run on? Gasoline? Electricity? What do they run on? It runs on gasoline. Where are you getting that on the moon? That's the problem, electricity. Stuff you got to think about, dude. If you guys like spaceflight and you want to get into this industry, that's stuff you got to think about. You got to break down your component. You got to break down what you're trying to do into base components. All right, you want to compact the lunar regolith, right? You want to do that. How are you going to do that? You're going to need power. Where's your power generation coming from? Solar panels? How are you getting the solar panels there? You know, I know people get, oh, Starship. All right. You ain't fitting all the solar panels like just built inside a Starship. So now you're going to stack your solar panels up. How do you get them down to the surface? Is it an extravehicular activity to set up your solar panels? You have to fold them out? Do they unfold by themselves? If they unfold by themselves, they need power. If it's like a motor that's going to unfold the thing, right? It's a motor that's going to unfold it. Where's that power coming from? A battery? Where's the battery? Stuff to think about. You know, the point that I'm trying to illustrate, dudes, is that there's tons of ways to do it, but you want to try to do the way that's the simplest. The simplest way to achieve what you're doing. There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, all right? Like that's the saying. Don't harm animals, right? Especially domestic ones. Don't do that. But there's a bajillion different ways to do it, but you got to find what is the best activity for suiting what you're trying to do. This is systems engineering in a nutshell. This is the kind of stuff I like to teach, right? That's the stuff you got to think about, right? You got to think about this stuff. Right? So, you know, that compactor, Pandrew, that you were talking about, would that work? I don't know. Is the moon's surface gravel? Is it similar to gravel? No, not really. It's more like a desert. It's more like sand, right? Does that compactor work well with dry sand? Probably not. Those are two different things. How do you know it's going to work? You're going to pay all that money to put a compactor up there for it to not work? Now you got to think about this stuff, right? How's that going to work? All that compactor will do is just kick up a ton of dust. Because once again, baby powder, it's not gravel. Gravel is actually too coarse to simulate lunar regolith. Sand is much more applicable. Sup from Dogs R Us? Day drinking after securing an apartment. You recommend anything? Anything from Dogs R Us rules, dude. What are you trying to make me think? It's like you hate me or something. This is why I'm an educator, not as much of a rocket nerd as you. It's not so much about nerding out about rockets, Pandaroo, but the spaceflight requires an insane amount of critical thinking and a inherent kind of, not mastery, but you have to have a very, very good understanding of physics to know like what you need to do in the right situations. Like what's the best solution for what you're trying to do. This is not so much like lunar concept of operations as it's more critical thinking, right? And that's something that I really like to drive home. You know, you got to think about all this stuff. Now, see, like that's something you'd hear from your parents or something, right? Well, you got to think about this stuff. That's what I got told for the longest time. See, I'm not going to do that same thing with you guys. All right. Because saying, oh, you got to think about stuff doesn't help, because that doesn't say what you need to think about, right? What do you need to think about? Well, that's why I say break it down. Break it down. And Pandaroo, I'm not trying to pick on you. That compactor is a good thing. So that's a proposed solution, right? Proposed solution. Compactor runs on gasoline. Where are you getting that? You bringing the gasoline with you? You need atmosphere for that to work, because an engine needs air and fuel, right? You need an N2O mixture. So, well, not N2O exactly, not nitrous oxide, right? Even though that'll work, right? Our atmosphere is 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen. If you took this compactor and say you used some oxygen left over from your landing engines because you're using cryogenic propellants, it would blow it up immediately, because that's way too much oxidizer. It'll get way too hot. And that's another thing. That compactor relies on the atmosphere to stay cool, right? Most small engines, like a weed whacker or a lawnmower, they need to be able to convect heat from the atmosphere. Basically, if they use the air, because the air is inherently colder than an explosion that's going on inside of that engine, right? The piston going up and down, right? This is what I mean. I'm not just going to leave you there with, oh, well, you got to think about all this. All right. It requires a pretty damn good understanding of physics to be able to think about the correct application, right? You really got to know your physics. You got to know how electricity works, right? You got to know how combustion works, right? Gravity, convection, radiation. These are all things you really, really need to learn, because they will help you understand. This is why you have to go, you're not going to go get an aerospace degree with no high school degree, right? It's very important to understand that. And that's what I mean. Critical thinking, dude. You got to analyze what is my environment? What am I trying to do? All right, we're trying to make a paved launch site, right? Or a paved landing site on the moon, landing and launch, right? We're trying to do that. Okay, how would we do it on Earth? Well, we do it with a paver. You'd have a paver and a steamroller and a road grader and a bulldozer, right? Now we need to introduce those things onto the moon, or at least we need to introduce those concepts onto the moon, right? What is the simplest way to do that? That regolith injected or slurry injected nozzle, right, that Maston came up with is a really good idea. That uses the rocket engine that's already there to do all that job, right? Pretty smart. But in the future, we're going to need a bulldozer. You might need a bulldozer. You might need an excavator. You might need a road grader. You might need a steamroller. Okay, so how is all this equipment moving? Is it using electricity? Because it can't use a diesel engine like it does here. No atmosphere, right? So you're bringing oxygen tanks with you? That's a lot. That's a lot of oxygen to take with. You could do it, sure. But something to think about, you know? Chad, I kind of stayed honed on this because this is the problem solving that this is the kind of mentality that you need to be in if you want to solve these problems. If you want to go to space, we want to take this seriously. Critical thinking is very important. It's not just, oh, well, this will work. No, no, it won't. Well, you don't know that for sure. Right? Think about it. You got to start turning the gears, man. Would a hydrogen fuel cell work on the moon? Sure. Yeah, Geeson, in fact, I would, if you have like a landed car, if you have a cargo lander, right? That, like, say we had a Centaur derived cargo lander that's using hydrogen and oxygen, right? Or a Blue Moon Mark 1 lander, hydrogen and oxygen, right? Fuel cells in this payload bay would probably be a good idea, right? You could make a hydrogen fuel cell, and that fuel cell will generate electricity, and its byproduct will be water. And a fuel cell is not that much, it's aggregated payload space comparatively to like landing on the moon. But the trade-off is that your lander is now more mechanically complicated, right? Nuclear power, you need it. What kind of nuclear power? What kind of nuclear power do you need? What kind of American are you? The same as Perseverance. That's great if you want to make a little golf cart sized rover move around on the moon at like 2 miles an hour for the next 30 years. Powering a bulldozer is pretty useless. That would be like trying to use a 9-volt to run a Caterpillar D8. It's not going to happen. So a radioisothermic electric generator, dude, that's on the back of Perseverance and Curiosity, those generate a constant stream of low voltage for an extremely long period of time. They utilize nuclear fuel, the waste heat that's inherent to radioactive decay over time. Radioactivity generates heat, right? Because of neutron flux, because of atoms inherently splitting. What I like to say is the radioisothermic electric generators, like if you have a carbonated drink, like say I have a bottle of Coke, I pour it, right? It's fizzy, right? It fizzes, but it'll eventually fizz out, right? 100 kilowatt nuclear power, 100 kilowatt nuclear power that they are developing. Who's developing it? 100 kilowatt? So if you're making 100 kilowatt nuclear power, right? Like, okay, what is this, a reactor? Is it an isothermic electric generator? What is it? What's 100 kilowatt? Like, what type of reactor is it? That's what I mean. What type of nuclear power? Hey, Alex gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you. So, the reason why I asked Jedi is not to be facetious, right? The reason why I asked, dude, is because nuclear power generates waste. It generates waste heat. Waste heat is extremely hard to get rid of in the vacuum. What are you doing with all the excess energy? So if you have a reactor, what's going to stop the reactor from melting down? Now, nuclear reactors down here, like on the surface, like if you have a nuclear power plant, They have crazy cooling towers, or they use ocean or a body of water as a heat exchanger, right? Even when the reactor is off, you still need the pumps circulating over the nuclear fuel to get rid of that extra fizz that happens, right? This is important to understand. Okay, so you have a nuclear-powered bulldozer on the moon. Now the bulldozer is going to be powered indefinitely. But even when the bulldozer's off, you still need a coolant system circulating. Once again, not necessarily an unsolvable problem. But, like, just saying, oh, nuclear power, that's the solution. No, that comes with its own set of problems, dude. You can't rely on a typical nuclear power. You could run a closed-loop water system, but how it would propagate on the moon is different because we rely on gravity to circulate stuff with pumps. See what I mean? It's not, there's never like, oh, just do this. That's not how spaceflight works. You gotta analyze the risk. You gotta weigh pros and cons, right? It's really an exercise in critical thinking, right? It's good stuff. I appreciate it. I like it. It makes my brain happy, you know? Ford had this figured out in the 50s. The nucleon concept that they made a model of and actually never did. Oh, Visitor, can I show you something? There's the Ford Nucleon, right? Nuclear concept car developed by Ford in '57. Designed as a future nuclear-powered car. One of a handful of designs during the 50s and 60s, the concept's only demonstrated as a scale model. The design did not include an internal combustion engine. Rather, the vehicle was powered by a small nuclear reactor at its base, based on the assumption that nuclear reactors would eventually become small enough to make this possible. The car was to use a steam engine powered by uranium fission, similar to a concept found in nuclear submarines. The Nucleon was not a serious design, but rather a vision of the future where such a small reactor with small and light radiation shielding might become possible. You didn't read that part, did you? I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to be a dick. I'm sorry. I don't mean to crush dreams. I'm not trying to be a dream crusher. Just saying, if you want to do these crazy things, you got to understand. But also, you're going to tell me about what Ford was doing in the 50s? I'm pretty sure I'm pretty well versed in that. You dingleberry. It is cool looking, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty sweet. Is light radiation shielding not possible now? I don't know. Maybe. Sorry, guys. Critical thinking is important. That's important. Do it. Do it. It makes your brain happy. Looter bulldozer operator would be a pretty sweet job title. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. But it's hard. We don't do things because they're easy, but that's the line. It's the thing. Hard. That's right. It's because I'm paid to. But because we thought it was going to be easy. Yep, right. We do that because our mommies would ground us if we didn't. Do your homework, son. All right. So, where did we leave off last night? So last night I successfully demonstrated the docking logic hierarchy here for putting together a shuttle stack. I truly think that hybrid tech is the reason why this is working. Now, what we did here was take two SRBs, right? Put them on a prior launch pad pedestal design that I've used in the past for different rockets, right? And then, actually, if you didn't see the stream yesterday, that was pretty cool what we did. I used a crane to install a joist here that connected the SRBs together, replicating like hanging the external tank from the vehicle. And it was actually pretty sick that we actually got that to work. I mean, I kind of forced the issue a little bit, but whatever. I used one of my telescoping crane designs, and I just, SpaceX style, just took a crane and hung the crossbar up there and then launched it, and it worked. Now, there is some stuff we got to think about with Kerbal construction, but it's great because I didn't expect you to ever fit that crossbar in there. Liquidix, I was about to give up hope. I was about to say, like, okay, maybe we should try another way, and then I was just like, all right, I'm gonna try one more thing, and then it slipped into place. I'm kind of noting that the docking port clearance here, because of that fairing collider, which is not something that I took into account when I built this thing, might be causing us a little bit of an issue. But we did show that it could be done. Yeah, it definitely is a thing. We can definitely do it. What I would like to do today is to put the SRBs on the pad, right? Put the solid rocket motors on the pad, and what are we gonna use this for? Actually, okay, pause that. Frag, yeah. What are we gonna use this for? So the whole purpose of this project that I started yesterday is to try and see if I can reuse my space shuttle. It's a challenge build. And when I say reuse, so the space shuttle, right, had this originally, I mean, it didn't really live up to expectations, but the space shuttle had this this idea originally of being able to basically land like a cargo plane. You take cargo out, put new cargo in, drag it back to the pad, do a little bit of a pre-flight check, drag it back to the pad, right? Put it on a new stack and send it. I'm trying to do that. And not only am I trying to do that, what I'm trying to do is replicate, I'm trying to do it as faithful to the original shuttle style integration as I can. Within reason. There's taking some liberties with some of the design. Give me one moment. You type shuttle stacking, and all that comes up is the California Science Center, which you know, that's this is off a collect space here. Yeah, they used a crane to stack the shuttle. That's a real one. That's the California Science Center, in case anybody's wondering. California Science Center has a real set of inerted SRBs and a very real external tank. And they have Endeavour, a real space shuttle. It's going to be one of the only places in the world where you will see a full shuttle stack inside of a museum. Hey, Booger Spoon, what's up? Has anyone played or given a look at Reentry? Reentry's been around forever, dude. I think they like released it out of early access or something, dude, because people keep telling me about it. But yeah, Reentry's sick. Are you building this pad to be also to integrate the aft cargo carrier version on it? We could put that functionality into it, RJ, if we really wanted to. You covering rollout tonight? I'm signed up with NSF to do that. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mats, it is cool. It is cool. You guys want to see the coolest thing I ever seen anybody do with re-entry? There's this YouTube channel called Curious Mark. Curious Mark found an Apollo flight computer on eBay, and they've been restoring an Apollo guidance computer, an AGC, to full functionality. And these crazy melon farmers came up with taking the AGC. Watch, dude. I'll just show you some clips from this. These guys took the restored Apollo guidance computer, a real one. It's a flight fidelity one that NASA used in simulators, right? And they hiked this thing into a Raspberry Pi. And they had it do a lunar landing in re-entry. There's the disky working. Dude, I'm telling you, it is the gnarliest thing I've ever seen. This is one of the coolest things I've seen re-entry do. They hot-wired it with a Raspberry Pi to land the lunar lander in re-entry. It is the wildest thing around, dude. That's the computer. So this is the display for the AGC. The AGC is actually over there. And see the Raspberry Pi over there? They used it to play re-entry, which is bananas to me. They had an AGC fly the LEM in re-entry. How cool is that? Scott actually hung out with these dudes. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Let me find the yeah, here we go. Here's the other video. Is there a real shuttle that you can go inside of? No. Look. That's Mike, one of the guys there. Look, dude, look. They're currently restoring an Apollo 8 ball. I saw the video. Yep. Dude, they actually made an AGC play re-entry. I'm sorry, that's superbly freaking cool, dude. Yeah, they got one of these things recently. I mean, like, I don't know what these guys' end game is, but I'm here for it. Like, build how about we build a LEM and like make it like full, like make it work? You know, like can we do that? But the fact that they made it like you can initiate the program in re-entry, and that doesn't use re-entry, right? It uses the actual AGC to actually land, which that's super cool. Sorry, you guys mentioning re-entry made me think of this. That's badass, man. Like, yo, let's go land on the moon with this. You know, like it's not gonna happen, but. Bro, that is righteously cool. Funny thing is that the Raspberry Pi probably has more computing power than the instrument. Yeah, no, for real, Andrew. Yeah. The Museum of Flight has the full fuselage trainer. Yeah, but you can't go inside that thing. You can peek inside of it. I got to go inside with Scott and Das one time. The fact that he made the joystick, they wired a joystick to it, And that joystick is going through the AGC back into re-entry is... Dude. Did it throw a 1202 on their first try? I think they did simulate it, but I don't remember. Talk about hardware in the loop testing. That's how you do hardware in the loop testing, dude. Yeah, they did. They got it to throw a 1202. Isn't that sick? Sorry, super cool. Also, nice. But can it run Crisis? I don't think it can, but it should be able to. Do you know anything about this? Why is it so big? That's the Apollo instrumentation unit. That's the brains for a Saturn V. That's right, Moist. We absolutely do. That's the Saturn V instrumentation module. It carried all of the avionics for the automated ascent and guidance system for the Saturn V. Why is it so big? Gus, why is the Phi so big? It's not that any one particular component on this Ponzistor is big. This is more of a design decision, in my opinion. Could you make this smaller? Yes. Avionics nowadays on rockets is usually just on top of the second stage, but it's on top of the second stage between the payload adapter and the top of the second stage. And now, don't get me wrong, that's where it is here. But when I say it's on top of the second stage, I mean they just put this on, they mount it on the dome of the second stage on most rockets. That's how Falcon 9 does it. Vulcan does that. Atlas V does that. What else does that? Electron does that. Actually, Electron built their avionics bay into an upper stage. That's what the third stage on Electron does with the Curie engine. They took their version of this and put an engine on it. If you really want to know. Is that where the fuel cell was? I mean, Shark Tank, I'm not sure. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure there's some type of power generation or consumable system there. You see the pressure vessels up there? Apollo computers were analog, like woven data, versus today's digital. I would argue that they miniaturized it pretty damn well for the time, TJ. But, you know, what a lot of people don't understand is that okay, so think about this for a second, dudes. Everybody says, like, oh, your phone, right? Your phone has way more processing power than the computer that sent people to the moon. Two things about that. One, you don't need a lot of processing power to send something to the moon. It needs to be able to work in real time, but you don't need a lot of processing capability. Landing on the moon is just balancing numbers, right? It's not like flying an airplane, even though we can do that. And like an airplane can fly automatically today with a computer that's super tiny, right? But yeah, you don't need a lot of processing power to land on the moon. Two, this exists because of that requirement. That's why this is a thing. The industry that was created to build a computer that was small enough and light enough and low enough mass, miniaturization of electronics, as a design requirement for landing on the moon is the reason why this exists. Think about it. The Apollo program's need to reduce mass because of Delta V is the reason why we pursued in the late 60s into the early 70s miniaturization of electronics. Did you guys not notice that, like, all of a sudden in the late 70s, people were building computers in their house? You're building a computer in your garage? Some guys got together, built a couple computers in their garage, and started selling them to people. You know, Microsoft, Apple. That just happened in the late 70s. How did that happen in the late 70s? Well, you must have a crazy need, like there must have been a crazy industrial base built out for transistors, for capacitors, for EPROMs, for any type of digital processor. We must have had a huge industry to make it easy enough to build one in your garage, right? Right? Where do you think that industry came from? This. Hey, Nazlik, I'm great. Good stuff. Sorry, dude. We started getting back into doing nitty-gritty things in Kerbal, and like a switch flipped in my brain. And I'm like, yes, I must teach people about things. I don't know what happened. How do we get on with testing yesterday? Well, give me a second and I will show you. So, Ox, check this out. So, if you guys didn't see this yesterday was like a red letter day in, like, Kerbal meta. So, watch. Take a look. So, if you guys didn't see it, yesterday, I took one of my freaking cranes, and I installed a crossbar on the SRB. No, we're not doing double EJ today. Cover me up. Right? Don't worry about that. I installed the crossbar simulating like hanging an external tank on my SRBs. And we successfully proved out docking port hierarchy and how it all works. I was worried that, so in Kerbal doesn't like having two docking connections, right? It'll always prioritize one docking connection over another. So you always have like if you have two docking ports that dock next to each other, right? Kerbal will always prioritize one over the other. That's just how the game logic was made. Source. I talked to Harvester about this. Felipe, the guy that invented Kerbal. I had an audience with him, and I asked him. Same clothes confirmed. It's not. Same hat, though. I like this hat. A viewer gave me this hat. It's a Huntington Ingalls shipbuilding hat. I like shipbuilding. Shipbuilding's cool. We should do that more. So, Ox, from back in the day, I'm worried about snap docking, right? So, in the past, if you tried to undock this, all right, let me go back to what I was saying. We put the two SRBs on the pad, right? We put them on the pads, and obviously, when you put it on the pad, its primary docking port is down here and here, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. Primary docking port down there and down there. Okay? But if this was a shuttle stack, right? And we went to launch it, if it's reading an SRB forward attachment point as a secondary docking port, if we went to launch this in this configuration, right? Because this SRB over here was reading that as a secondary connection and that as a primary connection, if we gave a command to undock here and here, one SRB would launch with the strut attached to it, and the other one would launch by itself. It would disconnect right there. Because if you undo primary, right, if you undo a primary port, it'll automatically undo a secondary port. Okay? That's usually the gist of it, right? Now, what I did when we put the crossbar in, I verified that this was in fact the primary port and that was a secondary port on my left-hand SRB. Now, in case anybody's wondering, why does the left-hand SRB have a dark ring and why does the right one not? It's so I know which one is which. They did that on the real shuttle. They painted one SRB slightly different than the other so they could distinguish left from right. Because it's really hard to tell when the thing's been expended, right? So, What I did here, Ox, I disconnected only that docking port, and what Kerbal did was it switched that to its primary docking port and this as a secondary, or just undocked it in general. In the past, if you had tried doing this, it would explode. It would blow up. I think what is making it work is hybrid tech. My SRBs are sitting physically on the pad because of same vessel interaction, right? They're sitting on the pad. I believe that because of this, because of hybrid tech and SVI, we can hot swap our primary and secondary docking ports, and it's fine. It'll work just fine. I demonstrated it twice last night. One time, I launched it after. So this right here, we launched it. I sent that thing up into space. Now, I did start futzing around with the docking port system, but here, watch. This is crazy, dude. Watch.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Hi, Mats, and hi, Mats.
1.
Does it matter left versus right? No, not really. Dude, look at that. We put that together. Look at the controllability. I forgot to power the motor here, so I tried to control it from the inverse docking port with SAS enabled, and I protoned it. Now the vehicle thought it was upside down. So that did generally get a little bit out of control. You know, fine. Fine. It's fine. Dude, if that isn't a stress test of, like, the rigidity of this structure, I don't know what is.
Yes, this is perfect.
This is that's what I mean when
Inverted the control point and it freaked out.
when past EJ was like, yes, this is perfect. That's it spinning out of control and blowing up. I'm like, oh, it's staying together. Oh, that's great. That's what I want.
But that was on me.
Do you think it'll still take some messing around with setting vessel types for it to work? It shouldn't if the space shuttle, if we attach a shuttle to it. When I did go to launch that, it defaulted control to the launch pad. Because it's detecting the SRBs as a probe, and lander trumps probe in vessel hierarchy, right? But if the space shuttle is set as a ship, right, it'll be, yeah, it should work. It should work just fine. Now, Ox, here's the crazy part. So, parked for 36 years. All right, nice. Watch. Not only did this work,
Interesting.
but I sequenced the separation on time. Watch. So with my space shuttle, we separate the SRBs at 1 minute and 50 seconds. Ponzister, I'll show you how the thrust tail off curves work in a moment. W, I saw your link. Just give me a second. Let me explain this.
Thrust tailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation.
Now, Ox, watch. Here's the kicker. Look. We sequenced separation. That is huge. Not only does that prove that A, if I just change around some things with my SRB design, we can reuse them. And we could go fish them out from the ocean and bring them back, right? And we could just put it back on the pad and reuse the SRBs because we figured out a way to refuel them by hacking a cow controller, which is what I did here. Priority shifted to the ET as well. Dude, it's mint. Dude, that if that was an external tank, if I put a shuttle in an external tank on this and we sent it, it would work. It would work just fine. Yeah, it would fly. It would fly great, actually. So, yeah, that would have, if these were attached to a shuttle and my external tank and we flew them, they would have worked as expected. No different, like indistinguishable from attaching them in the VAB and then going and hitting the launch button and launching it. So, actually, now I know this looks like a gigantic, I'm trying to scroll around, that's why that keeps popping up. Now, not only does, like, I know that this looks like, okay, this is careening out of control and it ends up crashing into the ground, but the sequenced ignition and the sequenced separators all worked as expected, which is amazing. That's really, really, really important. That means that all the systems and all the semi-automation that I built into my SRBs when I originally built for the shuttle don't get screwed up from stacking them on a pad. That is a really, 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 really big deal. I can reuse my avionics from my shuttle design. So yeah, dude, this test, amazing. And the only real interesting thing that I ran into, and this is kind of going to be the subject of what we do today, the only real interesting thing that I ran into is that my shuttle requires struts to hold to the external tank, all right? So, what I had to do was get a Kerbal, no, a little bit later, a little farther, a little farther, a little farther. There's me futzing around with the damn crane. So what I had to do was get a Kerbal in there and use Kerbal construction to put the damn thing together, right? This is me doing inspections, watching the auto struts, and here, let me show you this part. So look, whenever I went into Kerbal construction mode,
Yeah, that seems to have moved the whole pad.
watch. Watch what happens when I move the strut. See?
No, no, no.
That's not good. So that's going to require us to mess with the pad and redesign it slightly. But that's not a big deal. That's no problem. The reason why it's not a big deal is because, well, if you're familiar with my past mission mode saves, if that looks like I just took two Freedom 10 launch pads and put them next to each other to make this test work, yes, that's exactly what I did. Yeah, I just reused an old launch pad design that's designed for launching single stick rockets and put two of them next to each other and bolted the SRBs together. That's just two launch pads. I mean, they are connected. Hierarchically, they are connected. But that's just two Freedom 10 launch pads. And that's why I had to use the crane. I had to use a telescoping crane instead of a bridge crane to put the gantry piece in because the crane needed to be redesigned if we were going to use this. Now, here's the thing. I think I am very confident that if I switch to a base plate pad design, so something similar to the SSTO pads, like with a bunch of fuselages laid out, right? And built a specialized crane for that, right? That this could work. It could work fine. I have an idea on how to do that. It's going to, just like I kit bashed a Freedom 10 launch pad yesterday to make this test work, with my base plate pad design, what I'm going to do is kit bash SSTO parts to do the next test. So the next big hurdle to overcome here, because the next big hurdle to overcome here is, well, my stack requires some struts. The aft SRB struts need to be attached by Kerbals in construction mode. All right. I'm going to try to prove to see if that works. If that doesn't work, we got to figure out another way to do this. A secondary docking attachment in the external tank would probably be the simpler way to do it. And we know that that would work to an extent, right? you know, have one of the SRBs with an extendable docking port, right? We go hang the external tank, make sure the two primaries are up top, right? And then we extend two docking ports in the SRBs to attach for the aft strut. But I'd be worried that that doesn't keep the thing centered. The real SRB is triangulated with its struts, i.e. the real solid rocket boosters on SLS have a singular attachment point up at the top, and then at the bottom, they have double attachment points. There's one on either side to keep it triangulated so the SRBs don't do this on the way up. That would be bad. You don't want that. Would your OG West Coast STS launch pad work with its fuselages? I think that would be the right place to revisit here. Because, yeah, the Kerbal construction thing, that's basically what we're going to prove out today. That the Kerbal construction works. Yeah, I'm going to prove out that that's my big goal for the day. And when am I going to lock in, King? Explaining this all to you helps me figure it out, and it helps give everybody kind of a thing of what's going on. After seeing it, though, I'm very confident you can get this working. Like I said yesterday, the hierarchy is easily the biggest challenge, and you proved that it shouldn't be an issue. Yep, Ox, yeah, that docking port hierarchy thing is a huge milestone. That is a huge thing. The fact that it works, and I think it works because of hybrid tech and same vessel collision, because the SRB is already sitting on the holder, and switching the docking port is not going to make it jump at all. It's just sitting there. That should fix things. So long story short, as long as you tell physics what to not move, right, with same vessel interaction, right? If it's physically sitting on there, I don't think we need to worry about it. Does it work every time? I did replicate it, Mutter. Yeah, I did the test again. At the end of the night, so this next test that I did over here, and I tested the construction again, and I'll admit, I did find a better way to do the construction. The Kerbals, if you get the Kerbal up on the launch pad and you have him standing on the launch pad, this was after I did it. And keep in mind, I did this quick. The launch pad still did jostle around, but if the Kerbal's sitting on the launch pad and not moving, it doesn't move around as much. It still moves, see? But it doesn't move around as much. Not nearly as much. Can you leave the SRBs on the pad and leave the scene? The testing that we did with that yesterday proved inconclusive. I did one test where I put the SRB on there, left the scene, and came back, and it was there. It just tipped over. And then the next time I did it, it deleted it as flight debris. Because if you have something that's sitting on top of another vehicle, the game thinks that that vehicle is flying because it's not touching the ground. So that's inconclusive. RJ, what I did, the docking port test, the docking port hierarchy shifting test here, that I did yesterday basically proves that moot. We never have to leave the scene with these things sitting on the pad with undocked. It basically makes it moot. We don't need to worry about that. Yeah, you don't need to worry about it. The big thing is the shifting. It shifts around during Kerbal construction. What I want to do is see if we can design a pad that is optimized around Kerbal construction. Because if we can get Kerbal construction working, it's first of all, it's less parts than trying to make a docking mechanism to toggle primary, secondary between my SRB attachments. It's stronger than a docking port, like way stronger. So the stack will perform more like how we have it as tested. I don't want to reintroduce another docking mechanism into the SRB design, right? And have to requalify the shuttle stack. I'm trying to do this without doing that, right? So what I want to do is, instead of using the Freedom 7 launch pad here, what I want to do is try to make a little bit more specialized application here and build the pad around understanding how Kerbal construction works. It'll retire a ton of risk with launching the vehicle because I've already done a ton of testing with launching the stack with struts holding all this stuff together. But yeah, the test proved to be extremely fruitful. The other thing we could think about is using auto struts to hold stuff together, but I'm not 100% sure how I would get that to work. Auto struts could hold it together. The key here would be to get the auto struts to all go to the same route. And that would involve messing with hierarchical flow, which is not necessarily a bad thing. See, right now, how Kerbal is understanding this, it's not understanding two SRBs attached to the pad. What Kerbal sees is, because I undocked this and made it a secondary and made that the primary docking port, how Kerbal is building this is that, you know, you have your launch pad, and the launch pad is connected to the stack here. And then if we were building this in the, like the SPH, it would be this SRB, then the strut, and then the other SRB. The hierarchy goes up, over, and down. It all acts as one vehicle, but it thinks that when we launch this, if we had a root, say we had an auto strut set to root part, when we let this go, the auto struts would run to the docking port down there. Because that's what it thinks is the root part, because that is what's separated from the pad. That was the piece that was touching the pad. So the root part would be this, the docking port on the right-hand SRB. I don't want that. That's not really how I want to do this. The reason why is because how this all reads, right? If I launched a regular shuttle stack, if I utilized a part here and set it to root part to try and get it to attach to the external tank or something, they wouldn't attach to the ET, they would attach to that docking port. Now there's ways to fudge this, there's ways to get around it. That would involve, when we hang the external tank, figuring out a way to get the external tank to be root part, right? So the SRBs are, so it reads the external tank as the root part, and then the SRBs attached to that. You don't necessarily need root part aligned with the center of mass, but it would certainly help. What I would like to do is replicate the hierarchy. I would like to replicate the hierarchy of the stack as tested. And the root part on the stack as tested is the shuttle cockpit. I am not 100% sure how the heck I'm going to do that. Docking. But then again, the SRBs don't need to be attached to the shuttle either. In the context of this conversation, it's about attaching SRBs to the external tank, right? Kerbal construction basically eliminates this problem. And then docking port vessel hierarchy could make sure that when we separate the SRBs and we separate the external tank, that it defaults to the main part, to the right parts. We proved that with this. Proved that that's a thing with this thing. I saw the title was excited for SpaceX was Kerbal. I'm not really sure what that means, but all right. So in the context of like getting an auto strut to attach to root part, would it be nice to figure out a way to make the shuttle cockpit the root part? Yeah, that'd be great. But I'm not 100% sure that is absolutely needed. Like it would be nice to have the stack work like the actual stack, but it's not a requirement. There shouldn't be much difference in the design having the strut bar be the root part here, for instance, versus the shuttle cockpit. Because in reality, guys, those parts aren't far away from each other in my shuttle stack hierarchy. How my shuttle is actually connected to my external tank is the shuttle cockpit has a docking port attached to the bottom. There's another docking port that attaches to, which is my forward bipod strut on the external tank. And that docking port is attached to that. It's attached right to the strut bar. the cross member inside of the external tank, inner tank on the real shuttle that holds the whole thing together. So if we figured out a way to make the external tank root part and even make like a docking port that was attached to this for like a ground umbilical or something, right? The root part, that the SRBs would behave like normal. But that is something we're going to have to figure out.
Discovery,
but I do want to
up.
see if we can get Kerbal Construction working correctly. That would be really cool if we could do it. It would make things a lot easier. Now, to be honest with you guys, I'm still probably going to do that whole root part thing with the ground umbilical and test that to make sure that that works. But that, I really want to try to push for Kerbal Construction. And I don't know, do you guys think that's scope creep or not? I could probably get it to work without it, utilizing auto struts. But once again, the auto struts we'd have to tell Kerbal where the root part is during undock. And it can't be the right SRB, because if I want SRB to external tank, SRB to external tank, having that be the root part, if we had pieces set to root part auto strut, it would try to run everything to that docking port down there. Right? So, like, just stuff to consider, stuff to think about. I would like to build a pad that's specialized around Kerbal Construction. I think that's what we should do. Hey, XJ, 22 months, just in. What are you trying to get my attention? What is this? Explosions. Explosions are nice. This is how NASA is collecting explosion data for our next generation rockets at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. Read how this remote test site was built and what is next on our channel. I am on your channel. Okay. Let's go over here. I'm not... What was that about, W? I don't think it's scope creep, as auto struts can be risky in this situation. It was on your YouTube feed. Okay. Neat. All right. So what I want to do is prototype building a stronger pad. I think that building a stronger pad is going to be I think that building a stronger pad is going to be what's going to get like that what's going to make Kerbal it is going to be what makes Kerbal Construction work. That's what I was trying to say. So, Ponzister, you wanted to see how the SRB thrust curves work. So what we did here, when I designed them, is I sat here and we tweaked a curve to get throttle down and sequence separation when I wanted. The thing about this is that this is where you're getting into some calculus with this, because even if you tell the SRB to stop producing thrust, it'll still produce thrust if it has fuel left over. So it's really about getting the tail off to be at the right time. And that depends on what, you know, your shuttle and bunch of other things. How do you connect it to the booster? The thrust limiter is bound to the cow controller. And then, fun fact, if you take this and you bind the thrust limiter to the SRB refurb controller and you make it, you tweak the curves to give it negative thrust, it'll generate fuel. That was the other big thing we did yesterday. The other big thing I figured out is that I can generate fuel with SRBs to reuse them. Yeah, just playing a cow controller that has inverted thrust will generate solid rocket fuel out of nothing for you. It's not really how that works in real life, but in real life, the SRBs are stacked in segments, so they'd only stack like this part, and then this part, and then this part, and then this part. I can't replicate that correctly in KSP, so that's what I mean about taking some liberties with the integration. But yeah, there you go. Now, in real life, did they start by stacking the boosters and then attach the external tank? Yes, the external tank is hung from the boosters in a shuttle stack, and actually with SLS as well. Yeah, it starts with that. So the external tank has a very interesting attachment point. The attachment point is essentially a pin. Okay? So it's a pin. And the pin goes through this gusset, this piece of cast aluminum here, and that cast aluminum is attached to the external tank crossbar. Inside of the external tank, between the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tank, there is a gigantic aluminum, strut that goes across and connects the two SRBs together. I have a picture of it here. I gotta find it. So yeah, the SRBs are stacked in segments, see? They stack the segments first. SLS was done the same way. This folder, shuttle derived. That's right. Where the heck is it? Oh, yeah, also, yeah, see? That bracket has an attachment point on the side for the crane for the crane to pick up the ET. Just on a side note. And then they hang it on the SRBs. There's pins on the SRB forward segment. There's a pin, and they actually just hang the thing on the SRBs. That's how it works. The pin should be in this picture. There it is. So that's the housing for it. It's just a pin that pops out. That's your explosive bolt. So that external tank bracket, this external tank bracket right here, this surface fits on top of this piece right here. It fits together like a puzzle piece, and then you put the pin through. I'm trying to find the picture that I have of the external tank crossbar. It should be in here. Well, there's a picture of the crossbar with no external tank, which is basically what we built yesterday. Yeah. See? Yeah, we launched that yesterday, which was pretty funny. After I had a Kerbal just strut these two together. Yeah, that would do things. Probably end about as good as it did for our KSP, for in real life as our KSP stack did. I swear to you, I had a picture of it in here. I don't know where it ended up. You could make SRBX. I think I'd rather punch myself in the dick than do that. Well, here. This CAD drawing of it. See that? That's what hooks the two SRBs together. And it's attached to the intertank. The intertank is your primary structural carrier for the entire stack. That's the primary load path. Yeah, the forward SRB struts are the ones that take all the are taking the load from the thrust from the SRB. So you're gonna do that tomorrow on stream then? No. No. Oh, there it is. There's a picture of it. Nice. Riveted aluminum. SLS has this too. I actually think I have a picture of it in the SLS research pictures folder. Yep, there it is. See? SLS is carrying the same forward attachment point. See the slot for the pin? And see how it's countersunk? So the core stage can hang on it. And then you install the explosive bolt. We don't need to do that. We don't need explosive bolts. I have docking ports. And then there's your crossbar. If SLS doesn't have that crossbar, it doesn't work. Neither does the space shuttle. Like they, yeah, this design needs that. If it doesn't have that, you're gonna have a bad day. So that's why I wouldn't necessarily be upset if we figured out a way to make a part that's connected to our crossbar, right? To make a part that's connected to that, I wouldn't necessarily be upset about having a part that's connected to this be the root part, because that would simulate the whole stack hierarchically the same way that it does from the, like launching it out of the VAB. Is there a giant there is a giant O-ring for insulation? It's spray-on foam insulation. It's not an O-ring. It's not rubber. It's yeah, spray-on foam. Like it's similar to the foam that you'd spray on a new house for insulation. Like polyurethane-based foam. It's not exactly polyurethane-based, but yeah. Close enough. All right. Where is my original pad? We were looking at it yesterday. Rivets allow for more flex than welds. Correct. That's why airplanes are still made out of rivets. Spraying polyurethane foam on a house seems like a giant fire hazard. Is it any different than making a house out of wood? Making a house out of wood is a fire hazard. I'm pretty sure nobody bats an eye at that. Here it is. Okay, so this is a pad that I built a long time ago to try and, well, do what we're doing now. It didn't work. But you could see that the idea was there with the hybrid tech points and stuff. So, let's save this in our current craft file. Or in our current engineering mode save, and let's start putzing around with this. Let's try to build a stronger pad. So if I'm remembering correctly, guys, I was thinking about this last night when I was trying to go to sleep. I built this with the expectation. The reason why this pad is so wonkily engineered, like I said yesterday, like it's not like this is made in kind of a weird way. There's all these extra parts. Well, basically the reason I was trying to make it look nice. Yeah, I was trying to make it look nice. I was trying to make it look like Vandenberg. And that ended up adding a lot of extra parts that didn't necessarily need to be there. So this is a leftover testing rig that I know ultimately didn't work, so we can just get rid of it. Wood does not melt, it chars. It takes quite a while for wood to burn. Polymer foam insulation has been known to melt and flow around as a burning liquid and leave empty spaces, acting like chimneys. So? Oh, so if your house is on fire, it makes the fire worse? Like, what could be worse than your house being on fire? Like, so? Oh, well, it's gonna make the fire worse. Like, your house is already on fire. How could it be worse? Like, is that any different than putting fiberglass insulation? Like, fiberglass will burn real good. Like, I don't understand, like, oh, that's so still, it's a fire hazard. No, how can it be a fire hazard if your house is already on fire? What is it, more of a fire hazard? Your house is on fire. And if it was hot enough to make that insulation do what you're saying, which is not wrong, your house already has a blaze that's going to burn the house down. Like, I don't understand. Like, what's the outrage coming from? Like, oh, sorry, the fire could be worse. Like, no, it's not going to be worse. If it's hot enough to do that, it's already worse. The difference is the time that it takes the fire to spread. Yeah. Fiberglass is non-flammable. Oh, yeah, that's why there's a ton of it left over when your house burns down. Oh, it's not flammable, though. Guys. Alright, first of all, this conversation's dumb. Second of all, yeah, okay, great, it's a fire hazard. They make the houses are made out of a lot of things that can combust, okay? And spoiler alert, there's a lot of things inside of a house that can catch on fire, alright? Like drawing the line at the insulation is a little weird. Like, I don't know where, like, who cares? Also, we deal with rockets. Fire is our business. I'm getting back to the pad. What were we doing? Oh yeah, this. How many parts is this? It's 446. Okay, what I need to do here is get my former CTS-NG launchpad for CTS-5 Kerbal Construct testing. Modified. And just to be fair, like, I'm not getting upset because you're wrong, O10 or anything. Like, you're absolutely right. But okay, one, I'm trying to get this done, okay? And two, like, okay, you don't like it, don't have a house that's insulated with foam insulation. Like, I don't know what else to tell you, man. Like, seemed to have struck a nerve there. It was not your intention. It's all good, dude. I'm trying to get this done, man. Like, I'm not trying to be like, no, I don't care. Like, dude, this is a hard project. I need to lock the frick in. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of this old design because it sucks. And there. So this piece, yeah, okay. We're gonna pull that panel back here, and then we're gonna take the launch mounts that we developed here. We need to be ready for the demo on Flame Trench tomorrow? What? What are we doing? The challenge. Oh, I'm just gonna tell Max that I did it. Like, you can go look at the VODs, you know? Yeah. I'm thinking about how this is all attaching to this pad design. Like, with the Freedom 7 pads, I had SRBs as a crossbar right here and right here. And that crossbar would, yeah, it would just hold everything to the pad. But the problem is that that whole thing moved around. But then again, when the Kerbal was on the pad, it didn't move around as much. I don't know. Are you going to use fiberglass or asbestos on the flame trench lining for the pad? Panels. Panels are the best. Oh, it's backwards. This needs to... The way I want this, as tested, would be to have the SRBs this way. Okay. Yeah, how the heck are we gonna hold this whole damn thing together? Yeah, the way I built this pad would be to be able to launch an SLS-style lifter. So, like, 4 engines, 1, 2, 3, and 4, with the SRBs, or the shuttle. So you have your 3 engines over here, and then your SRBs. Yeah, that's the way I designed this. Now, I don't know. Should that be a driving design requirement for what we're doing? Probably not. Because here, let me show you what I'm talking about. We'll go back into the shuttle folder. There's a picture looking down into the trench at Vandenberg. Well, it was under construction. We were looking at it because it had cool pictures of cars in it yesterday. So, actually, that's the same shot from the mobile launcher platform. If you look, the shuttle on the mobile launcher platform, now keep in mind this is the one that could be at Complex 39, A or B at the time. Nowadays, it would just be Pad B. But see how there's just a hole over here and the square holes for the SRBs, and then the 3 engines would be right here. And see how there's a straight piece right there? With SLS, there's not a straight, it's a rectangle that goes all the way across because the 4 main engines on SLS would be there. That MLP shot does drive the point home, but I have a better one of Vandenberg. There it is. See? So when I designed this, I did not design it. Mine, there's like 2 rectangles on either side. Now, if people are wondering why does the flame trench go all the way over here, why is it this big freaking rectangle when the SRB is right there? Well, a shuttle stack, when it launches, it slews to one side. Anybody have any idea why? Why would it go that way a little bit during ignition? It kind of drifts off the pad. It kind of goes up like this and then stabilizes. Yeah, there's 3 engines on one side and not 3 engines on the other side with shuttle stack, so it's slewed a little bit. It doesn't fly like that all the way into space, guys. It evens itself out as the aerodynamics of the stack kind of take over. Aero makes it fly straight. But you don't have any air. You're not going fast enough right when you lift off the pad for aerodynamics to stabilize you. So when the shuttle stack launched, it would always drift a little bit off the pad. That's why the SRB flame trench is this big rectangle despite the SRB being right there. Now, SLS, because it doesn't have that, it has 4 engines right here in the center. SLS's flame trench is just a big rectangle because you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. I have a picture of it. Give me one sec. See? Big rectangle. Ignore the stooge pointing at the camera. See, you have your SRB attachment points right there, and just big rectangle. So the 4 engines would be right there. I don't know how true this is. I can't read the article because of a paywall. NASA's using Starship to boost Orion to the moon. Yeah, I'm not paying for your article. That's inaccurate. Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Life is testing me today, guys. Life is testing me. This is every day the universe will try to test you in different ways. Today the universe decided to test EJ's patience. You guys really think that's gonna happen? Yeah, that's my big question, Hillness. You're going to use an SLS to put Orion into low Earth orbit? I mean, they are for Artemis 3. But I've heard nothing from NASA about a boost phase like this with using Starship. Why would you re-baseline SLS with Centaur if you were going to use Starship for your translunar injection with an Orion attached to it? Why would you do that? That completely changes your concept of operations for the Artemis missions. That would mean that Starship needs to be fully fueled. That would mean you need to dock people to a fully cryogenically fueled Starship in space. Now, granted, you'd have to do that in lunar orbit anyway. Dock Orion to Starship in low Earth orbit, then use Centaur 5 to push both to TLI. A Centaur pushing a fully fueled Starship HLS and Orion to translunar injection. Testing patience is better than testicles. That second one's nuts. I mean, I'm, yeah, All right. Yeah. See how theirs has a big metal thing through it? Mine doesn't have a big metal thing through it. Isn't that neat? This could be about SLS Beyond Artemis 5. And you think NASA wouldn't... You think Jared Isaacman would leak it to Bloomberg before telling anybody else? Hi, Midge. Guys, long story short, that article could be right. It could be wrong. It might be bullcrap. It's hilarious that they want you to pay for that. Second of all, like, Sawyer Merritt, the guy that reported it, is usually pretty good about this. He's usually pretty good about not doing this. But Sawyer Merritt is not a spaceflight commentator. He is a... he primarily writes about Tesla. He's from the Tesla side of the kind of Musk stable of, you know, pundits, I guess. Yeah, so I found that Sawyer Merritt in the past has been inaccurate about spaceflight articles, because he doesn't know as much about spaceflight as Tesla. I don't go reporting about Tesla because I don't care about Tesla. I don't really. That doesn't. Whatever. It's cool. They're cool cars, but I don't. I stick to the space stuff. What about a very high Earth orbit? Would there be any benefits to launching a very high Earth orbit first before going out to the moon? You're still going to need a rocket to get there, Ordon. That's the thing. You still need a rocket to get there. If I had to guess, it's a possibility that was discussed in case they can't get Centaur to work in time, or another contingency. That still doesn't solve your SLS flight rate problem, though, Ordon. Like, I'm just... long story short, guys, what I'm saying is that this might be true. It probably isn't. Wait for NASA to say something here. That would be a very, very big shift in how NASA is going to conduct missions in the future. Now, keep in mind, Jared Isaacman has rocked the boat pretty hard by using SLS with the B1S architecture. So, you know, it's not unprecedented that he would do something like that, but also at the same time, that's not going to get you to the moon faster. Nice, Farm. There you go. Did you hear the F-35 news? Guys, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Just want to fix my stupid goddamn pad. Please. Please. Don't make me ignore you. I don't want to do that. Like, I'm not trying to be that guy that just ignores what the chat is saying. You guys are really testing me today. It's all right. Prepare for spaghetti. Yeah. Okay. put this on. This was an old career mode money save that I will still end up using if we get the shuttle working. But yeah, let's just say we had a cash infusion and call it a day. What the hell? Yeah, nah. The same vessel interaction, a thing in the save. Yeah. This is a save that I did. This is mission mode 3. It's an MM3 save. What does that mean? Mission mode 3 is not the third mission mode save that I've ever done. It is it's just a rule set. It is, it's the MM2 rules, but light. Like, you don't need to worry about recovering stuff. You're still playing with the no save, no reverts rule, but you don't have to. With MM3, I nixed the pad rule just because I wanted to fly things. Yeah. It's just a lightened version of the MM2 rules. But the save is still pretty much mission mode. And because of that, John, yes, same vessel interaction is absolutely a thing. This save I made I believe I made this save in like 2023. This was post mission mode 2. I used this save to build the Space Station Freedom. You know, the station with the robotic arm and everything. That's what I used this save. That's what I used this save for. And this is the one I decided that would be good for building a shuttle pad, because I already centered this save around my space shuttle anyway. The whole save is built around the 5th gen version of Collins, the one that we've been using for testing. Well, this part of the pad seems extraordinarily strong. This part does not. And everything is full of fuel here. So, you know. I don't know why I'd do that, but... I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that thing. Guys, I don't like it at all. Yeah, the way I did this subassembly is bad. Now, we could strut it here and call it a day, but... how do I know that I even built this? It's not even strutted correct. Screw this. I'm not using this. This is bad. Don't use this. This is hierarchically, it's a bad design. The way I actually pieced this thing together was to look cool and not actually work. And that was not because I did that on purpose. That was because of lack of understanding of how Kerbal works. This pad is from pre-pandemic. That's, you don't want that. Trust me on that one. That design is not, the pad wobbles around. It wobbles around. This is, you know, if it's already wobbling with no shuttle stack on it, you can be damn sure it's going to wobble with, you know, 1,000 tons of SRB shuttle and payload and external tank on top of it, right? If it's wobbling now, it's going to really wobble and it's going to really bend and deform. Pad can't do that. Ask SpaceX at with Pad 1 at Starbase. That pad, that whole thing bent when they had a fully fueled Starship on it. Now, I don't know if it would be better to scratch build this, but you know. It might be. Now, another thing that I'm taking into account here, dudes, is that when I did this, these launch mounts are good. I like these for the SRBs. We know those work, but they're connected here, right? They're connected on a centralized piece. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me route to that, right? And then get rid of the rest of the pad. So this launch mount, part of the reason why this launch mount ended up being so damn sturdy is because if we look at the auto struts, because these are in a symmetrical node off of this, right? If you look at the auto struts, the auto struts are picking up on the symmetry nodes and they're all linked together. See the bow tie going on right here? That happens when you use auto struts in symmetry. The auto strut node picks up on the symmetric, picks up on symmetry, and those are set to heaviest, so we don't change that. Like, see these grandparent parts? They're all strutted to each other over symmetry. So this one is strutted over to there, but it's also strutted to its grandparent part. But here, let me show you what happens if we. So if I potentially want to be able to stack SLS or whatever, right? You wouldn't want this here because the core stage would be there, right? And the engines would be pointing down there. So that means we'd need to do something like this. And see how that changes everything? Perhaps triangulating this is not... I was gonna say, perhaps triangulating this is stronger. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like this. See, those lines represent all the different automatic struts that are in there that I set. And if we have everything aligned like this, you have a huge... See, that's strong. This type of strutting will prevent torsional load. Because it holds everything rigid. The pad is all tied together. I'm having trouble focusing today, dudes. Using flags instead of panels would reduce part count on this a lot. Yeah, I mean, RJ, for sure, but it doesn't work, so who cares about reducing part count? Like, it doesn't work. I'm just trying to think if there's a better way to do this off the top of my head. I don't know. There wouldn't be a better way to do it without testing. And in that case, that undoes everything that we did yesterday. And I don't want to do that necessarily. But see, yeah, the problem is this as tested works great with the shuttle, but it wouldn't work if we had a heavy lift launch vehicle. So I don't know. There's kind of a design decision here to kind of think about. Do we sit here and redesign this so it works with a SLS-style launcher and a shuttle launcher, or do we just try to push for a shuttle launcher first and then maybe figure out a derived design later? Guys, my money is going on derived design later and just leave this the way it is. Raptor side. Give me 1 second. Shuttles first, other stuff later. Shuttle specific pad for now, then get working first. I agree. Okay. So yeah, let's make this work. So don't save this. Now, what do we want to do with this? This thing, what I would want to do with this is go and look. Oh, this is made out of liquid fuel fuselage. For some reason, the Mark III liquid fuel fuselage, guys, is 17 Gs. And the one with liquid fuel and oxidizer is 10. I don't know why there's such a big difference there, but whatever. No, Hallingar, that wasn't Lauren Grush. That was Marina Coven with the Atlantic that got shut down by Elon. Yeah, guys, check that out. Yeah, KSA is going to have Kitten Space Agency has segmented stuff. Nice, you could just stack the segments. That's pretty sick, dude. There would be an aft skirt here so that your vector control stuff is not open to the environment. Excuse me, when cables and winches. If they add shuttle parts, no, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, my gut's telling me to just remake all this because this is not going to. I mean, one, it freaking flops around. See, like, this is what I mean. Like, this is just lazy design for me. It's not great. Have they announced any release date for KSA? No. So I just strutted those into position. Okay. Now, like I said, this thing is remarkably solid, but really don't think it needs to be this complicated. We can get rid of all this stuff like what I did yesterday. Why the frick would you do that way? Oh, no. No. This needs to be. Oh, man. I mean, that's the right move, but also, why? You agree with the full clean sheet if that's what you're considering. You know how it is with pads. You need to know exactly where every part is. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if I can salvage any piece of this. And the aesthetic stuff we can keep, like this stuff. But this is not, functionally, this is not going to work. The way that the pad base plate is put together is very prone to crack and striking. Yeah, horribly prone to crack and striking. All right, so let's just leave that. That's, shelf that. Give me this. 6 a.m. here, feeling the insomnia vibes. Oh, I'm sorry, Don. The way this pad is built is much more resistant to crack and striking. And I'll bring this pad in here and we'll leave it. Thanks for the company, though. Oh, my pleasure, man. This one is not nearly as prone to... Yeah, these designs are not as prone to crack and striking. There's another pad plate that I think we can use that'd be much more... The SSDO ones are good. And, you know, I'll keep them here. Let me save this. I don't know what the heck this thing is doing, but I'd be scrapping that anyway. Um, Kerbal's having trouble loading up 618 craft files. Where are we? Here we go. This pad would be much better. This is extremely strong. And it would require basically taking everything off of this that isn't the base. But this one is extremely resistant to Kraken strikes. It's very, very, very strong. Now, 1,800 parts. Let me just reduce this down to its base plate. And we'll see if this was my first attempt at making a launch pad. It's 39A's transporter erector. It works pretty good, actually, for a first attempt. Not so much for, like, literally anything else, but whatever. And then I had gantry cranes here. That's the old gantry crane design. Those things don't work very well. How many parts are we talking about here? 355. Let me just check the auto strut visualizer. Yeah, dude. Very strong. Now, I'm thinking the SSTO pad might be a better thing here. But it's good to know that that could work. I think if we were going to retrofit any particular thing, I would want to retrofit from a pad when I really I made a series starting with this pad of Kraken strike resistant infrastructure. So stuff that's really designed to be incredibly rigid. Oftentimes when you're putting pads together, stuff likes to blow up randomly. It does happen. It's very unfortunate. This was the most Kraken strike resistant pad we made. This thing, the big SSTO pad is absurdly strong. Now, how many parts did this end up being? It's 993. So, if I remove all the SSTO infrastructure, right? We remove all of it. That's the root part. Nope. Nope. 29 parts. All right, let's do it. No, that's not. Get rid of the TE, get rid of the reaction plate. Get rid of that, get rid of those. That's the root, so we don't want to get rid of that. We got to get rid of the hydraulic mechanisms here because we're not using a transporter erector. You can get rid of the alignment brakes. You can get rid of the alignment posts there. Is this still utilizing the Kraken strike resistant architecture? Yes, it is. 494. It's still a lot of parts, but we could get rid of this. We don't need those either. Those are just, this is left over for the SSTO. The big high ticket item is the ramp. But here's the thing, our shuttle pad is going to need a ramp. I ideally want to build these pads on this gigantic base plate. This avoids the Kraken strike problem, or the Kerbal construction problem. Well, actually, to be 100% honest with you, I don't know that for sure. I'm pretty sure it will. And also, we need one with a ramp because we still need to roll the SRBs up onto this platform. The reason why I said the SSTO pad would be the most suited for this architecture is because it's a long ramp. It's a long ramp that's designed to roll up a 300-ton SSTO. Moving the external tank and the orbiter up here is probably going to be a little bit easier than the entirety of the LV5B1 SSTO. Now, we'd have to redo the base plate around a little bit. We'd have to redo the base plate around a little bit, but yeah, there's strut doublers everywhere between the pieces. Yeah. Would you need the ramp, or could you have cutouts in the base then lift with the crane? Well, let's think about it, Ox. So we're going to do a lot of theory crafting here again, dudes. So if our principal inspiration here is Vandenberg, right? So what Vandenberg did is they had 2 gantry cranes. One of them... No, not the X button, you moron. One of the gantry cranes was inside of the shuttle assembly building, the SAB. The other one's in the MST, the mobile service tower. See, there's a bridge crane right there. That's why that thing looks like an upside down Tetris piece, because it's L-shaped, only the L is upside down. These 2 buildings have to come together to be able to, you know what I mean? Now, I mean, Ox, that's not what I was visualizing in my mind. I was visualizing essentially having the ramp right here and ramping the components up, and it'll flatten out right where the SAB would be in the retracted position. And then we'd have the ramp keep going over here, right, for the mobile service tower. Like, if we visualize this with the Kerbal parts, right? That's why I was looking at the Condor 9 pad, because it's so long. It's a really long pad. Now, the Condor 9 pad has cutouts in it. There's nothing saying that we couldn't have the assembly building move over the cutouts and you could just pick them up with the external tank and everything, but that would mean the cutouts basically need to run all the way up to the launch infrastructure, which I'm not sure that I want. It's a trade-off, right? Like, Like, you could have the cutout going all the way up to here. I don't see why rolling the mobile service tower up would be a big problem. As long as the bridge crane on the mobile service tower... Hang on, I have a picture of... This is what I'm looking for. See, the MST needs to, the bridge crane needs to be able to pick up this stuff from the front, right? How they wanted to integrate at Vandenberg. See how the structure, the bridge crane structure goes it overlaps. Well, not overlaps, but there's a cutout in the shuttle assembly building with a wall right here where the bridge crane can go down into the SAB from the mobile service tower. And they needed that to build the stack correctly. See how the bridge crane from the service tower, from the MST, is up over here. The only reason I suggested that is if you can get it to work, removing the ramp would be a sizable part count reduction. It would, wouldn't it? Cuts the part count in half. Ox, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. The only reason I built the ramp in the first place is because the SSTO has to roll to the pad because it's horizontally integrated. If we're using vertical integration, you're right. We don't need to worry about that. That's a good point. I think I should still scratch build this, but this is good to like think about. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Once again, I'm trying to stroke my beard that is not here. That's screwing with me. Didn't realize how much I did that until gone. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me draw this out. So, like, if this is the 3/4 view, you have the pad here, right? And this is the other side of the pad, right? And then you have a cutout like that, right? So your tank can go in here. Right, what does the other side of this look like? Well, we only, in terms of going this way, like, should we put another cutout in here like this? Right, if these are our proverbial airplane fuselages, you know, H. So if this is kind of a side view over here, right? Where is it? See, the service tower has to be able to reach beyond the pad. So if we had our launch mount, right? This is the two holes for the SRBs that would go down to the ground, and then you need a hole right here for the shuttle engines, right? So that means we'd need to extend this way. And then we could just build our launch mount on this, right? But we would need yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what'll do it. I just got to make sure that, once again, if we're using a crane over here, A crane needs to come at it from this side, right? And then a crane needs to come at it from this side to form the two integration buildings. The reason why is you need two cranes. I mean, we don't... Not entirely true. Like, we don't need two cranes, but... Yeah, as long as we can get the bridge crane out in front, it's good. With Vandenberg, what they did, deluge test, by the way. With Vandenberg, what they did was they had a hatch right here. So with this part of the launch pad, right, there's a hatch here, and that hatch actually folds down because when the shuttle's in the vertical position, where that hatch is, see the service gantry right here? That's where the flames go. That hatch covers up the flame duct for the shuttle at Vandenberg. That's what it would have done. See, the hatch would fold. Actually, I don't know if it folds down or if it was gonna fold up. I think it was gonna fold up. I think it like that. It's called Two Brothers. And then the shuttle's flame deflector went down underneath the integration area and then out to the side. We don't need to worry about flame trenches. You don't need to worry about that. You don't have fluid dynamic simulation with the rocket exhaust, so we could just make a hole in the ground that just points at the ground and it'll be fine. Yeah, and Ox, like, I'm just making sure I understand what we're doing here. The bridge crane needs to be able to move to this point, right? We need to be able to get the bridge crane to that point. So the crane, when it's up here, can at least go down here and get into the pit, right? That's what we need. Am I thinking about this right? Now, whether we want to use a 1 or 2 crane system, I don't know. It's hard to say. I'll tell you what, though. I do have... something that mildly resembles the shuttle assembly building. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Smart truck prototype, LV3 prototype, proto-tanker, fueling truck. Pad 1A crane. Here it is. No. No, it's not 3. LV3 in the mission mode save is Freedom Rocket. LV5A is the SSTO. It's an SSTO crane so Ox, it's 5A crane R2. This is it. See, the assembly building. It's one half of the puzzle. This crane, see how it's a gigantic upside down U shape? This crane was designed to go around the pad. That U shape goes like this. Right, and the crane would go back this way. If I built a tower that's designed to interface with this thing, right? We built a tower that's designed to interface with it. We can make them kind of come together like the buildings at Vandenberg do. When they were integrating a stack, guys, the mobile service tower and the SAB would come together. They sandwich together. It's a super cool design. And yeah, that would give us the 2 crane system. If I had, and because it's that upside down U shape, right? It uses the outline, the platform for the pad as its guide rails, right? That was the idea. And also it keeps it a separate vehicle. It makes the hierarchy is a little happier that way. Words. Yeah, the SAB, that's what I was saying. The SAB and the MST come together. I have a picture of them coming together somewhere. Man, I'm really happy. Like, I hope this shows, guys, I have most of these pictures from Vandenberg because I've attempted to do this. I tried to do this before. I tried to make this, and I failed. It did not work. Yeah, there's the latching mechanism. The access hatch there definitely folds up and locks in right there and right there, just on a side note. Yeah, I tried to make this and it didn't work. I couldn't do it. But see, that building, if you look at the back, there's a service gantry up there and there's attachment pieces. This triangular piece locks in right there. They come together and it forms the hangar. But because they, like us, needed cranes on 2 sides, yeah, that's what was needed. That building feels like I'm 22 again. Yeah, you could see where the bridge crane and everything, see the locking mechanism where the 2 buildings come together? Or we could just go to the next picture. I mean, that kind of shows what we're doing. Oh, there's an inside shot of the 2 buildings locked. Yeah, the SAB ends right here, where the triangles go out. And there's its gantry crane up there. See how's that piece right there? That piece latches. This whole thing, the 2 buildings move and they latch together. Actually, dudes, I just thought of it. You know, just in case anybody else wants to see, and I'm mostly showing this because I forgot this existed. So Slick 6, Slick 6 ended up not being used for the shuttle program. It ended up being used for Delta IV Heavy. ULA, when the last Delta IV Heavy launch went out of Slick 6, the last Delta IV Heavy on the West Coast, they shot some really nice footage of Slick 6. There it is. The SAB and the service tower are still pretty much exactly the same as they were before. It's the same thing. Yeah, you can actually see that's the shuttle assembly building. That's the mobile service tower. There's the orbiter processing facility right there. That's the OPF. SRB assembly facility is right there. Payload changeout facility is right there. They just ended up using it for Delta IV. There's the 2 buildings. Now, with Delta IV, because it's a little bit taller than the shuttle stack, they extended the mobile service tower. They made it bigger. See? And then you could see the old shuttle flame trenches right there. They filled it in with concrete. But you can see the 2 buildings, they latch together. And Delta IV uses the SRB flame trenches. See, there's the SAB old... Oh, that's badass, dude. Coolest thing about this, dude, is that the 2 buildings, like, when the SAB comes together, look, if you look at the fixed service structure, that was the old fixed service structure from the shuttle program. left over. If you look, it latches onto the FSS, which is super cool. That's another thing we got to think about. We need the fixed service structure so crew can get into the vehicle, because last time I checked, people launch on the shuttle. It's such a good design, dude. It's so gnarly, dude. Every rocket should be put together like this, man. Yeah, watch. And then the mobile service tower moves out of the way. Oh, that's so freaking cool, dude. What a sick pad design. Vandertron, Defender of the Universe. Yep, you can see where the service tower bunches up. And then, I'm not gonna not show the Delta IV launch. Yee! That's nice. Oh, Delta IV. Nice. But so, yeah. Don't worry. If you're wondering what are they doing with Vandenberg, or what did they do with Vandenberg after they canceled it with the shuttle program, they, yeah, they modified it for Delta IV. There's some large cylindric structures on the mountaintops just to the east of Pad 6. Do you by chance know anything about these structures? Our crews fought a fire there in September of 2016. Look at him, dude. Let me see. We were this close. We were this close to greatness. We were, man. That thing, Dan? It's a water tower. It's a water tower for the pad. I am like 100% sure of this. Hang on. There you go. It's a water tower for the sound suppressor, dude. A while ago, I made a GIF of that Delta IV launch. Oh, that's very nice. Very high quality. Very orange. Very demure. Now I know. There you go, man. So the SWSS, the Space Shuttle Water System line was that was for the shuttle. That's long gone. That thing was demolished with the shuttle program. I can show you where it was. See? It was right there. It ain't there no more. But with the solid rocket motor, solid rocket motors, you really need to spray a lot of water in there. You got to make a little more hydraulic pressure. So Archimedes' principle is great at making hydraulic pressure. So they put it up on top of a hill. Very simple. Instead of building another water tower, just put it up there. And you can see where they buried the pipe going down the hill into the pad perimeter and over to the water suppression systems over here. I'll bet you they still use them. But yeah, it's just such a trick pad design, dude. I'm sorry, like, it doesn't get better than that. That's really good. For, like, a shuttle. Or for any launch vehicle. This pad design is fantastic. Whoever designed this was cooking, man. They really knew their stuff. Are you a Project Hail Mary enjoyer? Never seen it, never read the book, dude. I'm sure I'd like it, though. Hey, Couchy, what's up, dude? There's also an observatory east of that somewhere on another ridge. That one got close to burning down. The fire was called the Canyon Incident in September of 2016. It's a rather beautiful area. I've been to Lompoc, dude. Yeah, I've been to Vandenberg. I didn't go on any of the pad site, but I've been down to Lompoc Surf, down to the space station. Train station, idiot. Train station, space station, whatever. And I've looked at the pads from here. That's as close as you can get. Lompoc Surf right here is a train station. Tied with work. When can I win the lottery? Yeah. But of course, you can't see Slick 6 from there, which kind of sucks, but... Yeah, dude. Slick 6 is just... Yeah, it's such a good design, dude. But yeah, I think we got our concept here. Yeah, the shuttle pad base plate is going to end up looking like a big H. How's the water deluge done for the Slick 6 shuttle? No tower. Well, there was one. It ain't there no more, but there was one. How do they plan to get the orbiter to the site? They carved out an access road. So see this road right here? If you look, the road has cuts on the side. But if you look, the cuts aren't at road level. Keep going down this road. Take a look. Any cuts that you see, cuts are like grading off the side of the hill. It's only at certain parts here. It's really actually, you can see it a lot down here when you get to the train station. So look, note how the cuts, if you look at them, they're stepped, so they're not at road height. There's a reason for that. It can be pretty much explained with this picture. Yeah, the cuts aren't at road height because it's designed to... The cuts are reliefs in the terrain for the shuttle's wings. Right? And if you follow this road this way, right, you get to an interchange. Now, that's a public intersection right there, and that's the south gate to Vandenberg Space Force Base, right? You can't go in there, but there's this relief road right here. And it also, look, it's also wide. See what I mean? They cleared the trees on either side, and you could still see it to this day for where they would tow the shuttle. Right? Now, if you go up here, go across the bridge, there's more cuts. See them? Long story short, I've traced the path before. It goes all the way up here. It goes into Vandenberg Space Force Base. They take a left right here because there's the radius. See that radius road? Right? They had it avoid intersections because it wouldn't be able to make that turn. So they did that instead. And long story short, that path leads over to here. And that leads to a taxiway with reliefs on either side. And that taxiway goes to the runway. Note that it has the X on it because it's no longer in use. Vandenberg has a 15,000-foot runway. It was extended during the space shuttle program to take into account shuttle landings. In fact, you can see where the original runway ended. They made an extension to it in the early 80s for the space shuttle. It is a very, very long runway. That was Enterprise. Yep. And then over here, if you look right there, there's a weird kind of trapezoidal concrete slab. That trapezoidal concrete slab is where that was going. The mate-demate device for Vandenberg. So they had the capability there of bringing orbiters to Vandenberg via the air, dropping them off and getting them ready for processing. That is exactly what was done in the 80s. In fact, I have pictures. I have pictures of them doing it. Right there. See? I do still have that craft file, and yes, I did make this in KSP. And yeah, we're most likely going to be using it. It would suck to have a missed approach in the shuttle. No, there's no missed approach with the space shuttle. Put it on the runway. Was there a plan to keep the shuttle there for permanent DoD missions? Yes, Discovery was supposed to be handed over to the Department of Defense in May of 1986. Discovery was going to be the Air Force's space shuttle. Yep. In fact, it had a mission on the books and was being prepped for it, dude. STS-62A. Bob Crippen was supposed to be the commander of the mission. It was an abort once around test flight. Which... Actually, it really wasn't a test flight. They were gonna deploy Teal Ruby. Okay, all right. Expected to use Discovery would have been the first crewed launch from Vandenberg and the first crewed mission to go into a polar orbit. 62 means fiscal year 1986. 2 means Vandenberg. 1 is Kennedy Space Center, and the A means the first flight from that launch site in the fiscal year. That's how they used to name shuttle missions until Challenger. Do you have a 747 equivalent if you need to transport your shuttle? What do you think, Grizz? Of course I do, man. Of course I do, dude. Yeah, I did approach and landing tests with my shuttle. I used a mate-demate device, picked the shuttle up off of the ground, put it on top of my 747, blew the 747 up, jettisoned the shuttle on approach for the runway, and used it to test landings. And then I landed the shuttle, and then I switched right back to the 747, flew it around, came in, landed it. Yeah, did that a couple of times, actually. We could do it again, if you really want to. I mean, when all this infrastructure is built. But yeah, I think we got a good idea for how we want to use our gantry crane. But I think let's build the pad first. We'll build the pad base plate first for testing.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey Harp, what's up, dude? What was the plan when they hit 26 missions a year? What do you mean? No, the military has the X-37B, yes. Well, A was mission 1 and B 2. So what happens at Z? Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I have no idea, dude. Yeah, maybe go AA, AB, AC, AD or something. I mean, the plan was weekly launches, right? Yep. Shuttle launch cadence kneecapped by naming scheme. Let's get back to work, man. All right, so let's go over here. Yeah, we should build this from scratch. That does have the doublers in it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Blackness, Kispizzle, 78-month resub. Thank you. And for all mankind, the shuttle launches from Slick 6. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is no good. If we're gonna do this, I'd need to remake it. So what I'll most I was gonna say what we'd most likely do is oh, yeah, see how this is all fragmented pieces? It doesn't, yeah, that's not gonna work. The shape of this is savable. Like, it would be nice to get the shape, but yeah. Start clean sheet it, yeah. I'll take bits and pieces off of this from a new pad. So, what we gotta start with is this. So this is STS-5. Prototype launch plate. STS-5 shuttle launch mount and pad plate prototype for testing herbal construction. Modified 319.6. All right, let's go. So, we have kind of a preliminary crappy sketch in paint of what this is supposed to look like. So let's start with, I don't want that. We need the Mark III fuselage liquid fuel. I like using the liquid fuel and oxidizer ones. Yeah, that'll work. Gonna get it to coincide there. All right, so what we need to do now is this. We're going mirror symmetry. And you got to build these in a very specific way with absolute snap-on. And you have to build it with that little channel right there, or else this won't work right. I mean, well, you don't necessarily need the channel, but that's That's how I like doing this. So set that to grandparent strut, set that to grandparent strut. Now take this. There's a specific workflow to make a pad that's less likely to explode. This is how we do it. And for all mankind, the shuttle also deorbits into the moon and crashes. Okay. What? I hate that show a lot, actually. How wide did we make this? This is a good width. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's 6 wide. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 and 6. All right, so there's our pad width. Pad width. Why did my brain choose that word as a word that you can't say today? All right, so every one of those is grandparent strutted. Let me just check the auto strut visualizer. Yep, they're all strutted to each other. Look, it'll become very apparent if I move this. See? And they pick up over the symmetry node. See what I'm talking about? It's not just one straight line. There's a lot of auto struts there. Perfect. Now, what was the right way to do this? If I did... We did that, and then hit the auto strut visualizer. That's not what I'm looking for. That's strong, but that's not as strong as I've made in the past. I had a way to fudge it in the past. Oh no, that one was made that way. See the lines that go across? And that's the B1 pad? Condor 9's pad wasn't made that way. What the hell did I do with the Condor 9 pad then? I like your Kerbal playlist. Is there any way we could access it? What do you mean? Kerbal playlist? Are you talking about like the YouTube VODs? Yeah, just click on my channel and go to videos, I think. That doesn't make any sense. But... Or are you talking about the music, Mon? Spaghetti and meatballs when you have hunger. Oh, yes. So how did I do this? All right, let me delete stuff out of the scene before we go look at the spaghetti. So I can just look at the auto strut the auto strut visualizer. That should be good enough. Yeah, see that? Look at how much more there's so many cross struts and doublers everywhere. Well, not doublers, but you get the idea. That's the way to make this thing strong. I know that this is the most rigid pad design that I have, and you know what's very interesting, dudes? I did not make the SSTO pads this way. I love this song. I just wanted to know the name of it. Shazam can't find it. I got you. Monish, click on that link. The reason why I can't find it is because it's, yeah, it's my playlist. One of my moderators made these songs. That should be the entire playlist of songs, dude. I don't know why I didn't go back when we were building the SSTO pads and look at this. Man, how many times did the pad give us trouble? This is the superior way of doing it. But how did we do that? We built it in rows. Yeah, I built them in rows and then we strutted them together. There should be struts going from front to back here. There isn't. What the hell? Oh yeah, there is. There isn't there, though. Interesting. I'll save this here so we can use it, or we can look at it later. Strut me? Strut me? No, strut you! So I didn't make those that way. The first one is made like this, but then what I seem to have done after that is this. And let's visualize the auto struts there. Oh, yeah. There it is. Yeah, that's by far and away the strongest way to do this. And thinking about it, I don't remember you having issues with the base on this pad, like, ever. Yeah, I have a... Ox, you want to know how rigid this thing is? Hold on. Let me show you something. I have a screenshot from when I first designed this pad. It's on my other computer. gotta find it. The scroll wheel is still scrolling over there. There we go. Here. Check this out. I hung half of that pad off of the SPH runway. Got you, man. Yeah, I made the thing so ridiculously strong that I was able to fly a drone underneath it. You were trying to send me that fix-up link. Yeah. GravShark, that links to a Bloomberg article saying that Starship will be doing translunar injection, which, okay, I'll believe that when I see it. Does that pad even flex, bro? No, nah, bro, it doesn't. All right, so with my crappy concept art here, we need at least one row of these tanks, right? And then we're gonna have the pit for pulling stuff up, right? And then we need, yeah, I think I'll put the line that I have made, I think I'll put it right here. There's no reason to not do that on the other side. And what, Ox, just on a side note, what I think I'll do is put a small access ramp over here, not like a big one. On my Condor 9 pad, I had a small access ramp so trucks could drive up onto the pad surface just in case. So I think in this design right here, the launch mount will be right here, right? Launch mount will be right here, and then the integration pit will be over here. Or we could strike that and reverse it. And yeah, I don't know, it doesn't really matter at this point. The other thing that I got to do is make sure that that shouldn't be connected on a node. So if I take a row of these things, right, into symmetry, they have the auto struts enabled. Yes, you get your crossbars. Hell yeah, that's super nice. All right, so the launch mount is going, in this design, the mount is gonna go right here. Yes, very strong. Okay. So we have room for the mount right there. And then on the back side, I'm gonna need that. And H. You know what? For added rigidity, what I think I'm going to do is on the back side of the pad. So this would be the mount MST side of the pad. Like I said, I want to put that there. Let's just make sure that that's utilizing what I'm talking about. Oh, no, that's not what I want at all. That needs to do that, and then This is new. All Systems, did you add this to the playlist? Yeah, this is nice, dude. Nice song. Guess Pat on the hierarchy visualizer is going to be crazy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
D-Money, 60-month resub. Worm Gang! That's right. All right. So the only place where we're going to need struts in this design would be left to right here. Nice, All Systems. This is a nice song. You done good, man. Make sure everything is absolute snap. The struts, I like making sure the struts are perfect. I like strutting my stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I make sure every single strut is installed in the exact same way and the exact same operations are done for every single one of them. The reason why is that eliminates your margin of error. I know that I installed every single strut in the same exact way. The only difference would be the X-brace strut here. This one has to be an X because it's at the center of the hierarchy. D-Money, thank you for the 60 months, man. I appreciate it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, chat. Want to test pad rigidity here? Another spot where we'd want a strut as a diagonal going from here to there. And then a strut diagonal going from here to there. And then on these two, a diag strut there would be good. But let's test it. Go here like this. Put a little, you know, just put a little probe core on this bad boy. I like this song a lot, actually. All Systems. This is really good. Let's see. Let's see if we have a good understanding of how the hierarchy works. Wait for it. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that that's pretty frigging rigid. That's pretty rigid. That's really, really strong. But it's curable. We got to break it, or at least try to break it, right? Like, I want to listen to that song again. Do the same hang test as the Condor pad. All right. How many parts are we at? 75 with the landing gear and all the probe cores and stuff. The next minute, half the crawler is on an exit trajectory out of Kerbal at 0.5 C. I got Starship Catch Tower to do that one time, no, Mr. Bond. I don't know if you were there for that. Do you remember that? Yeah, these landing gear are not liking holding up the entire damn launch pad. Yeah, look at it, dude. You know what, Ox? This just bothers the hell out of me because that means when we were building the SSTO pads, I did not do my due diligence to go and look. I just built something and then assumed that it worked, which... But hell, I wanted mission mode to... I wanted to use mission mode to learn how to do systems engineering. I would say I've succeeded there. It just traumatized me into learning it instead of actually learning it, but you know, whatever. Just try not to think about that, yeah. No deflection, dude. Nothing. Through time warping, nothing. It's just... Bro, your plane looks weird. Why? What's wrong with it? Am I doing something wrong?
I don't know why I didn't use Condor's pads for mission mode. Why did I do that? Why wouldn't I have done that way?
That makes no sense. They could have been so much stronger. I mean, the SSTO pads were strong, but yeah. Could you get away with using less struts? There's really not a lot of struts in this design. They're only really in the center, dude. That's a great idea. Please plane now. All right. I'm not gonna make it into a plane. I'll do this though. Use all the struts, make Kennard sweat. Oh, believe me, it's going to. But I don't think we need to at this point. The struts are in all the places. So I put regular struts where the auto struts won't connect. H. Guys, that's really strong. Like, dude, it's not even, you go through time warp, it's not even moving. Like, there's no movement here. I don't want to tip it over. But look, yeah, nothing. You mind if I just... Give me a second. Nah, Binal, I got a better idea. You'll like it. Don't worry. At least I think. Maybe you won't. I got an idea. It's a good one. What? It's a good idea. Where is it? There we go. It's turbocharger. Well, this'll work. Or it won't. Yeah, hold up. There we go. We're good. What? I like making helicopter noises, alright? Leave me alone. H. Right, so when we get inside of 200 meters, guys, you're going to see the game stop for a second, because 200 meters is when the game starts to physically simulate an object. Right now, that thing is not, it's not on, it's just sitting there. It's just a visual representation. When you get inside of 200 meters, it's actually, specifically, it's 180. When you get inside of it, it'll start physically simulating it. We'll see what happens when we get inside of 200 meters. It'll be under gravitational pull. Ready? And so, okay. We did not even see the physics. We didn't even have an interruption. It didn't even move. The game didn't even stutter. I mean, partially that's due to the computer, but think you'll ever continue career mode? I don't know. I tipped a rotor. That's bad. It's fine. It's fine. Actually, dude, that's kind of crazy. The freaking synchronizer kept me alive there. That's really weird. But our pad is impact resistant too. Wow, it kept the blades from spinning and sinking, keeping the thing from flying out of control. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, Lisbon, you gotta pay for that now. That's your fault. It don't fit, Captain. Yep. Yeah, I think I would say that, you know, that's probably good enough, dudes. Yeah, that's probably not probably. We know it's good enough. We tested it. What's that, Nova? You're talking more about Sawyer Merritt. Yeah, we've seen that already. Oh. Oh, more AI. Lovely. See, here's the thing, guys. He did reply to this, but that doesn't specific. I mean, he's just said what he's always said. There's nothing specific here about like this thing. There's nothing specific here about acknowledging this proposal. Jury's still out as far as I'm concerned until NASA or Jared Isaacman says something. Yeah, that's why RAM is expensive. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, dudes. I don't. Hey, what's up, Delta? Yeah. There. Yeah, I'd say that this is strong enough. It's very strong, actually. All right, so let's go on to the next phase. So structural testing is good. We don't need the probe core on there anymore. We don't need that. We don't need that. What part? What's the part count without it? 63 parts. Perfect. All right. So now we're going to need. Once again, this is just for getting the shape, dudes. I would ideally want to put this right here. And now I'm not using any of the original craft file. We'll build it from scratch. Damn. Lev, you want to see the shuttle fly. How can I find it? Do you remember the title of the stream when you flew it for the last time? No. I don't. I showed it coming through re-entry yesterday, Lev. If that helps. Yeah, I have a demo of it coming through re-entry in part 1. It was like one of the first things that we did. Because I was cleaning up this save, and this save had a shuttle on orbit for some reason. Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure why, but it did. Alright, so it's safe to say that we're going to need that there and that there. Why is there a battery? Oh! No, get off the screen. No, those aren't the right parts. Wowzer. Did I put batteries on the edge of this? No, I did not. Yeah, those were the wrong parts. So that needs to go... Wait a minute. Okay, that's perfect. All right. I wonder how much the pad weighs. These are just empty fuselages, dude. We're only at 358 tons right now, Blark. That's not a lot, dude. Yeah, it's pretty dang rigid. I think we can lop a couple off of the back here. Honestly, yeah. Let's just do 2 for now. Will there be a space news today? No. Coltic, there won't, but the entire after hours portion of the stream is basically going to be space news because of SLS rollout. SLS rollout's supposed to happen tonight. So at 8, I did sign up for NSF coverage for rollout. So that's going to be your space news for the day, watching a moon rocket roll out of its hangar. I don't know about you. I'm cool with that. You cool with that? So now... I see how I did that. So in this design, we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need any of this last part. We can basically dump it. Then we have to go 2 more in. So what I'll do is here, we take this and then we slide this down, keeping with our building design style. This goes here, that goes there, that. And that'll form the trench for the shuttle exhaust. And then we need a half piece right here. Okay, so there needs to be a half fuselage there, which is this, and it needs to go right there, like that. Close that out, auto strut it. Now, I'm not copying this design exactly. This is what we determined that I didn't really want to do. I'm not copying it exactly, but the configuration I am, like where all the pieces are. Because the shape is right, but how it's put together is wrong. So, yeah, this way is going to work. Yeah. And it's funny because this pad is going to be like 3 times bigger and be all of this and be like way stronger and way less parts. Oh, another thing that I just noticed. This is the half trench design that we were working on. I don't need to do that because I wanted to configure this pad for either one. We will just do a shuttle pad initially. Maybe make another one for the SLS, for the big orange. But that needs to go right there. If we want to do the shuttle pad correctly. Yeah. Okay. Now, how many of these have open fuel? Oops. No flame trench tomorrow, I assume? Why would there be no flame trench tomorrow? Just got here. Is this the pad for the shuttle stack? Yes. Why would there be no flame trench tomorrow? Yeah, with the SLS rollout tonight, I don't know what that has. I mean, as far as I can tell, I just looked and seems okay. We'll see. Like, I'll ask them again, but yeah, it seems all right. All right, now with this design, we need another right there. Need another strut across there. And then we need another one here. And another one here. And that gets us everything. All right, so that's still really strong. Now. That'll work. Okay, so that's the main structure here. Now, It's really a question of building the rest of the launch mount. And this is where a lot of the aesthetic components here, I think, would look really nice. We don't, like, I don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. We can get rid of that. Get rid of those. And I'll be honest, I'm not combining the craft files here. What I'm gonna do is just scratch build what we have left. So yeah, that's nice. That looks very nice. I mean, some of these pieces we could probably fix to. Ah, yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah, baby. That's a neat car she's washing.
Hey, did you see the news about Orion and SLS? Starship and Orion are now planned to dock in low Earth orbit and transfer to low lunar. Yeah, I'm waiting on an official confirmation from NASA, dude. That's kind of. You sure? You sure it's gonna do that? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? With Sawyer and Max at Kennedy most of the night, just figured NSF would call it off. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it, see how she transpires. Yeah, you sure about that? You sure about that? All right, so the top deck here, I do believe is... Yeah, we can just... Oh. Let's just humor ourselves here for a second. Ready? Because some of the panel work on this old pad I don't mind. We just know that it's not really structurally sound. Yes. Go away, box. Hang on. Okay. Nice. All right, so... Oh, the TSMU and everything is attached to that. Doo-doo stain. Ah, doo-doo stain. Duty! Yeah, this is... I'm gonna have to rework some of this just a little bit. So this... needs to be right there. That's its position. He said duty. Hey, Lois. Diarrhea. Oh, Peter, I'm making iced tea. Newey is out at Aston Martin. Whew, lad. But I don't think he's leaving Aston Martin, is he? I don't even know if Starship has enough Delta V for that type of maneuver. Trey, with 100, if they fully refuel Starship with, you know, on orbit, if they fully refuel Starship on orbit, yeah. I mean, Starship with a full tank of gas, right? It's this 100-ton payload thing that I was telling you guys about. So Starship, fully fueled with 25 tons of Orion attached to the front. You remember, it only needs enough Delta V to get down to the surface and back, dude. Down to the surface and back to low lunar, because it's essentially now it's dumping Orion off at the it's dumping Orion off in low lunar, I would assume, right? This whole the whole way of doing this bypasses rectilinear halo orbit, if I'm understand, like that's the only way you'd want to do this type of mission if you went for EOR Starship Orion rendezvous, right? Yeah. So I'm doing the Delta V out of my head, Trey, like, and that Delta V is based off of the premise that Starship HLS can do 100 tons to the low lunar surface. You would still probably need, I was talking with Tim and Alex about this the other day. You would still need somewhere between like 8 and 16 fueling flights, depending on how good Raptor 3 and Starship Block 3 is. But if you did that, and you had a fully fueled Starship on orbit, brother, you could do it. I don't know why you'd do this, but it could almost just bring Orion with it down to the surface. Yeah. Yeah, it could almost do the whole thing by itself. Like, well, not by itself, with Orion attached to it. How much less Delta V is the surface to low lunar compared to surface to NRHO? Kilometer a second, probably 1,000 meters a second. That's off the top of my head. I'd have to go look. You know what, dudes? I'd be bumming it. Like, I'll be honest with you. I'd be bummed if they actually did this, because that means you basically relegated SLS to the remaining shuttle hardware, and then once they run out of shuttle hardware, you wash your hands of it. And then what I would do from there is use Vulcan, probably Vulcan with ULA, to use Vulcan as your Ares 1 style launch vehicle, and then you're using Starship as your Ares 5 style vehicle. I don't necessarily mind this. That's not the way that I would do it, but I don't necessarily mind it either. I would build out SLS's architecture to do all of this. I would, if it was me, I would have, yeah. I would have pushed for SLS to do a co-manifested payload and then designed a lander for it with the EUS and everything, but yeah, I would have built out its architecture instead of slowly killing it with 1,000 lashings, you know, but hey, whatever. It doesn't seem to get to the moon fast. How so? No wonder Apollo did low lunar. Yeah, Apollo had it right, because that's the right way to do it. Whatever happened to the orbital slingshot that Amazon patented? I have no idea. I have no idea, and I don't really care either. I highly doubt SpaceX would be saying they could do this without being able to do it. Honestly, Trey, I don't look, there is no doubts in my mind that you could do this way. Orion to low lunar is really where I'm kind of like, or not Orion to low lunar, Orion to Leo. Are you going to use the remaining SLSs to do this? I don't think that's smart. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't do that that way. And again, what do I know? Genuine question. If you're practicing like you play, to build and practice an architecture and mission profile for further exploration into space while going to the moon, what would your program look like? Apollo? Short answer, Apollo. Yeah, Apollo. That would be that would be it. That would be my short answer. Agwalex, I like Apollo's approach, and I firmly do not believe that the Apollo program was not sustainable, not a sustainable spaceflight architecture. Apollo was plenty sustainable. It wasn't politically sustainable, and that's what they mean. Don't like, you know, for the longest time, you know. Just from my reading about this stuff, I convinced myself that, yeah, it's so, because the Saturn V is so expensive, you know, it's not architecturally a sustainable design. That's bull crap. That's complete horse crap. Especially after you built everything, right? Like, that's stupid. Like, what do you mean it's not sustainable? You know, and what really tipped me off to this is, like, I started thinking, like, you know, man, I started thinking about the holes that the Artemis program has had in its architecture, right? No lander, no co-manifested payload, terrible third stage, right? And I went through this thought exercise a bajillion times, and every time I just thought about it, it's like, yeah, an SLS core stage and boosters, and the SLS core stage and the 5-segment boosters is fine. That's fine. If you took an S4B, a Saturn V third stage, the LEM and the CSM, and you put that on top of the core stage, SLS would be the most righteous launch vehicle ever. Right? And, like, that would be perfect for doing the Artemis program. You could build Gateway with a Saturn V. Easily. Easily build Gateway. Like, it wouldn't even be a judgment call. You just swap out the LEM for the co-manifested payload. Boom. Power and propulsion element out there. Done. Ready to go. Like, you could do everything that the Artemis program's original goals were. Building Gateway and then going down to the surface, rectilinear halo orbit. And it would be safe. It would be safe because if something really goes wrong, the CSM could detach from Gateway and get down to low lunar. If something went very wrong with the lander, you know? Yeah. What would my architecture? It'd be the Saturn V, the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B. Like, not even a judgment call, dude. That's not. That's the most sustainable architecture. It's just not politically sustainable, and that's why we don't use them. Nice DSMs, thank you. Crap ton of Freds and a fleet of Grissoms. That's right, man. Yeah, hell yeah. But Apollo didn't have a Gateway crew transfer vehicle analog, so including that makes it not Apollo. I swear we've had this conversation before, and I still don't get what you're saying, and I frankly don't care. Like, sorry, man, I don't mean to be mean. I'm just trying to work on this. Like, what do you mean? You're trying to sell me on some bull crap that Apollo couldn't do exactly what Artemis with Gateway could do. Like, I don't understand. That is wrong. That's 100% wrong. There's no way to cut that any other way. There's no interpretation there. You could put Gateway's components inside of the vehicle stage adapter for a Saturn V with a Saturn 1B, and it could do it. It could do it easily. It could do it better than Orion, frankly. Like I don't know why. Well, it doesn't have a CT. No, that anything past that is splitting hairs. That's ridiculous. And remember, the whole premise of this question is you asking me what my ideal architecture is. I can't say that this is my ideal architecture, and then you say, well, no, it's not, because you asked me. So I don't really get what you're getting at, dude. Also, I want to build this. All right, let's hold off on the cladding here, just for a second. What I really need to see is if this is... I need to see the hierarchy for these pieces that I just added in place. Oh yeah, very good. Hi, EJ. Here is a controversial opinion. When there is poverty and starvation, frontier of space is poetic and everything, but there are plenty more needed things to spend the budget on. Yeah, nearly. Yeah, that's a really good idea. That's what we did during Apollo. We stopped exploring the frontier to help people here. How did that work? How did that work out? It's a false dichotomy, dude. You can spend money on both. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. we fell for that nonsense, and that was the justification. Well, we got so much stuff we got to fix down here. We got to fix all this stuff down here. We got to fix all this stuff. We can't afford this big expensive space program. So first of all, that's bull crap. We absolutely can. Second of all, you can do both of those things at the same time. All right. So I think it's a false dichotomy. That's dumb. All right. I'm not going to sacrifice our capability in space at the national level, our capability of exploring the frontier. I'm not going to sacrifice it because people feel bad about us not being able to take care of people down here. That's stupid. The reality is we can do both, and we should do both. This is what I mean, dude. We've been conditioned, just like I was, over time, like you're conditioned to thinking the Apollo program wasn't sustainable. That's bullcrap. That is bullcrap. That's not true. Manipulative pieces of crap teach you that it's one or the other. That's bullcrap. That is a load of horse crap. No. Nope. Nope. I don't believe that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What's worse, bullcrap or horse crap? Well, I've never seen bullcrap in real life. Horse crap smells, though. It smells pretty bad. Man, you guys really want to do everything but work on this pad today. Okay. King, get rid of that. Problem is some of the components I seem to have tied into these tanks. I don't want to use these tanks, and I've remade them down here. It's really trying to just figure out where the hell I attached them to. I have the TSMUs. Those I put right there. Now, okay. Now the root part with the main. We can copy that piece. Just put that piece over there. Dump that, and then we should be able to get rid of these pieces without deleting anything. There. What's the benefit of using a booster as a structural component versus a fairing? Nothing. Use whatever makes you happy, dude. I feel like fairings are better because of the interstage nodes. I mean, yeah, they do. Yeah. Really do whatever, man. You can do either one. This needs to be changed. Hierarchy. Okay, so I got all the aesthetic components that I really want. As I apologize for getting frustrated today with just topics in chat. I just really want to make some forward progress on this. I really don't want to be sitting here making this for like the next year. And in order to do that, there's a lot of stuff to think about all at once. Especially with this part, considering this is the vehicle interface, this is where it bolts to the pad. This part's got to be strong, and hierarchically, it has to go together in a certain way. Yeah, that's all. I don't want that piece there. No, I changed my mind. That is the right piece for the job. I'm just worried about... Well... Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Now, so the launch mount. How I did this with the old shuttle pad is that everything was mated, everything was on that SRB. That's not how I want to do this at all. I'm gonna need another half fuselage here. We're gonna do this right. I don't mind keeping the SRB there. Like, I don't mind doing that. The SRB is cool, you know, kind of a throwback to the old pad. Probably reduce part count here with like physicsless flags and stuff instead of all these panels. But how this really needs to go is like this. This needs to be up here. Like that. Right? Just make sure it gets lined up. We need to disable that with a, and then grandparent strut it. So this piece is over here. Okay. And this is what I want my launch mount mated to. That's what we need right there. Now, this is the part where that was working as tested. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference if we have some room for optimization here. And it's coming in the form of this. So we take this piece, and if we just mirror sim this like that, and just put these pieces in the same position, you are hierarchically now you are doing the exact same thing with less parts. That center beam was just there to hold everything together. Now, instead of that center I-beam with the old design, right? Now we have that fuselage, which is big, much bigger and stronger to do the same thing. And the other thing is that since this is a shuttle pad, I don't really... We could make it even stronger. Hold on. Just put that piece off to the side for a second. What I can do is this. We can get rid of the SRB. Take this, put this right here. Right? We can move this up like that and move it back into position, and we can anchor it to an even bigger part. Like that. There we go. And now use these to get the spacing right. I'm using this as a bracket to get the spacing correct. You know, on our pad prototype, how did we... I have the VOD up still, I think. We did docking ports facing shuttle side. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's the correct position. Bleh. Okay, now copy these pieces. That's...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You know what, before we do that, let's just make sure our alignment is good here. Yeah, something like that, Dan. Thank you for the bits, Sharktails. Nice tail service masts, guy. Thanks. Pretty good, dude. I actually think my the SSME trench is too wide. Looking at these pictures going back and forth, so this is what I'm thinking. And I actually think this is too. It looks like my shuttle, the whole stack is a little bit too high. If you look at like the tail is just above the edge here, so right there I think is about where we need to be. Should the trench be a smidge longer? Looks all right to me. I think that's just the angle of the photo. I'm making you think about making your own pad and you don't like it. Sorry. It's my fault. Yeah, my TSMUs are too small. They're too thin. They need to be wider. If we want, I mean, they don't do anything. We don't really need them, but like that's where it needs to be. That's how wide she needs to be. Something like that, because yeah, TSMU in these pictures is outside of the no. No. There. There's the straight on shot. Yeah, see, they almost go out to the edge of the wing. Interesting. And not a lot of people know that they're tilted in like that. This could probably do with going back a little bit, line up with the carrier plate. All right, there we go. One thing I'm really noticing is that that crane is going to be insanely tall. The service gantries for this are going to be quite large. How did the shovel never twang into the TSMU? The umbilicals can move. Like, the umbilical can move around a little bit. But yeah, when it separates, it'll just pull it back. They're only on wires, dude. It'll pull them right back in. How did it never do it? Well, I mean, Fluffy, long story short, the shuttle boots off the pad. The shuttle's like 1.3, 1.4 thrust of weight off the pad. It goes. Like, the video, it's hard to do it justice with the video, but the thing screams. It really pushes you off the pad. Those SRBs pack a huge punch. So, dude, like, when the thing was thwanging, right? When it was thwanging, boy. Like, look, even if we followed that, look, it moves away.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See what I'm talking about? Hey, Muffin. All right. It looks sick, dude. Check Discord. Where? What Discord? What chat? Where are you? Oh, had a rough day at the job. Oh, that sucks, dude. That's not great. Yeah, your day can be going bad, but that's nice 95. Look at that, man. That's pretty sick, dude. We gotta go futzing around with the TSMUs, but the TSMUs are aesthetic, dude. They're only there for aesthetics, so as little parts as possible would be better. Can you see? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, that's broken. It was windy. I'm not sure wind's doing that. I mean, but yeah, maybe. That sucks, dude. That's awful. What even is that? It's a tank. A big one. If you look at this excavator right here, see the excavator next to it? That's a big tank, dude. That's not great, dude. Yeah, I don't, guys, you know, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's not going to buff out. Part should be fine once you convert a lot of it to flags. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, come on. I don't think that's buffing out. Is that Starbase? No. Dude, there's snow on the ground. Yeah, I don't think that's buffing out, man. Just hook it to the air, it'll pop out fine. Yeah, the air did it. We could use the air to buff it out. It'll be good. Would you just look at it? Guys, I'm just a little bit worried about that. I have a feeling this is, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to be looking at. What'd you do? Would launching it like this teach you anything? No, it would look cool and that's about it, dude. It won't teach us nothing. Turn it into a contemporary museum. I mean... Did we over-engineer all the old pads we built? This looks too easy. Well, Warhammer, the old pads, dude, all had transporter erectors. And the transporter erectors were eating up a huge part of the part count. This is a vertically integrated vehicle, so we don't have to worry about it as much. Is that open yet? I need to go see it. No, they're almost finished. Just ship it to Texas. What could go wrong? Yeah. Is it bad if in this composite the shuttle is too low on the external tank? Is that bad? I've been underrated. You enjoyed every second of it. When it was in the vertical position? Because, yeah, guys, that's a real thing. The render is definitely a thing. But look, this is something that they're actually building. Look. That's not a render. That's after they put the orbiter on. Actually, 95, that's about when we went and saw this thing, dude. Yeah, they're actually building a shuttle stack. And that is a real shuttle stack. Those are real SRBs. Those are leftover SRBs from their older versions of the SRB. Actually, I don't know this for sure, but I think those are 2 O-ring SRBs, not 3 O-ring SRBs. They're just painted to look like ones. They're older, they're disused SRBs from the shuttle program. That's a real external tank. That's ET-94. That is a LWT, so it's the external tank went through like a couple of different variations throughout the shuttle program, guys. There was the Block 0, which is like the white tank. And then there was the Block 1 LWT, and then the Block 2 external tank, which is this super lightweight tank, or SWLT. That's an LWT. So that was left over from the 90s, believe it or not, when they switched to the super lightweight tank design. Yeah. But that's a flight fidelity external tank. And obviously you have Endeavor, which is a real space shuttle. That's a real shuttle stack, which is really freaking cool, dude. It's at the California Science Center in Los Angeles. They're working on it right now. I will see this when it opens. Oh yeah, I'm going. maybe not on opening day, but I'll have to do another road trip to it. It's, yeah, see, there's Endeavor in the VAB. Yep, that's a Mike Killian photo. All right. Yep. Stream it. I've done meetups at the California Science Center, dude. Yeah, we've done those before. Met a lot of viewers there, actually. How many parts is your stack? Mine's 289. 600, I think, dude. What's eating up a lot of the part count is that I put the autogenous pressurization lines on the tank, and then I put the fuel lines on the tank to look cool. But they don't really do anything. You could rip all that stuff off and it wouldn't make a difference, but I still have them on there because I think it looks sick. With my computer, I'll take the part count. That's fine. Will you do a virtual field trip there? I'd love to. Yeah, so that is the finalized position. I think that everything is positioned correctly. The reason why I even did it is so we can, well, so I can finalize the place for the SRB mounts. Does look that, I mean, dude, that looks right. That looks the part to me. Yeah, I think that is correct. Are you using the Kraken Tech hinge for my alignment, or for the SRB alignment? Yeah, absolutely. Of course I am. The SRB, that's just, so that is more or less where the real SRBs attach. My SRBs are crooked. These are, if you look at where the hold downs are, they're clocked, like, they're not perfectly 4x sim, like they're like this and like that, right? They're not like 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's like 1, 2 on one side, 1, 2 on the other. When I made the SRBs, I didn't notice. My hold downs aren't in the right spot. The SRB should be rotated 90 degrees. I don't care. I'm not changing that. You'd have to redo the entire booster. I'm not doing that. I don't care. But yeah, something to note. But it still looks right. It looks good enough. But like in the primary structural carrier is this thing. The T25 structural tube, which is parented to the 37 structural tube, which is parented to this. Dude, that's just Freedom 10's launchpad. It's just Freedom 10's launchpad. I just remade it. I'm using this as my launch mount because I know it works. Yeah, I know she works. But yeah, I think we're good. We have to figure out how to secure all this. We can get rid of that. We don't need that. Love Eagle, look. What do you think? Something like that, Hokie. Now, the other thing I can do here is how's that, huh? Mint. Yeah, that looks right to me. Yeah, I'd say we're doing okay. I've seen one better, and it's the real one. That's all I can say. You'll have to have Mr. Yak there when you visit. Yeah, X-Wing, I agree. Glad it fits in your VAB. Yep. All right. I'm gonna get the orbiter out of here. We're gonna get the stack out of here for now. And yeah. No. No. Game. Ugh. How will the shuttle be stacked on this pad for rapid reuse, or is it too early to start visualizing that? I'm gonna borrow the integration mechanism from Slick 6, Alex. That was the idea. No, not that. That's the MDD. That's for another day. Nice. We don't need Google Earth anymore. I'm just cleaning up some of this. Hey, baby. Over here is what I want. So Slick 6 has two buildings, right? And the building moves. The one that says USAF on the front is the SAB. And the one on the right is the MST, the Mobile Service Tower. This building moves forward up to the pad, and this building moves back up to the pad, and they clamp to each other. This one has a gantry crane on it that's low, and this one has a gantry crane on it that's high. And what they do is, see this bridge crane right here? See how it's kind of L-shaped? This crane, when this thing sets down, it hugs the entire pad, and there's a crane here, and it can move back and forth. And it can move forward enough to where it'll reach over the front of the pad. And the gantry crane's right here. It'll pull the vehicle up in the air. So you know what? I have pictures. It's easier to just show it than try to describe it. So they'd roll the shuttle, right? There's a picture of them rolling it. They'd roll the shuttle in. There it is. And then you'd use the shuttle assembly building gantry crane to pick up the back of the shuttle bracket. And then you'd use the servicing tower crane to pick up the front. And then both of the cranes would pick them up, right? And then what you'd do is you'd slowly rotate the orbiter. This crane would go up faster than this crane, and it would slowly rotate the orbiter into position. Once the orbiter is ready to go, they'd pick it up, and the gantry crane on the servicing tower, so the part of the stack that's hugging the pad, the servicing tower crane will install the shuttle into position. We are going to do that. We have to do that. There's really no getting around it. That's the only real way to do this. Have you done any more tests today? Oh, I've done plenty of tests. I did a lot of tests. I did a lot of, well, lava, what it would be is feasibility studies. I did a lot of feasibility studies into how I wanted to build the pad. And I ended up coming up with this design. This design is based off of Condor 9's pad. I actually learned something very interesting, dude. The SSTO pads were not as strong as they should be, as they could have been. When I built my SSTO launch pads, I did not build them in the same way that I built Condor 9's launch pad. And yeah, here, let me show you. So see how we have the crossbar struts that gives you that cross hatching thing? I did do that to an extent with the SSTO launch pad, but see how the center plates right here, you have X's. Your struts are making X's, and it looks like some cool geometric pattern. I did not do that on the SSTO pads. I didn't do that. I just radially attached one. So how this is working is that everything is in rows, like this. Like, see, it's all a row, and then this is all a row right there, and then that is, and that is, and that is. I used the node attachment points on the tanks to make the parts that I need and not anything else. And that gives you this cross-hatching thing. This makes the design extremely strong. Yeah, I tested this. We brought this out onto the runway, and I tried to bend it. Didn't work. I even put the thing upright and then crashed one of my, I crashed a tuk-tuk into it, and it didn't do anything. The thing didn't care. Yeah, what's crazy to me, Lava Eagles, I don't know why I didn't build the SSTO pads this way. This crosshatch design is way stronger. Like, way stronger. Like, dude, you can even see the parts of the shuttle pad where I utilized it over here. Look. Like, look at the grandparent strutting there. See how this thing is super strong. It's not going anywhere. It's got crosshatched struts everywhere. Now, those are the parts that I reused from the original pad, but I scratch built this with the exception of the panels and the tail service mast and the shuttle flame trench. Everything else is scratch built. Yeah, this thing is, the tuk-tuk doesn't give it, yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's crazy. Now, fellas, I don't even think I need that SRB there unless we want to use it to tie stuff together, but I'm pretty sure that's not needed. We can delete that part. And then I can just take these panels here and there you go. And then take that. Or I could put these in mirror sim and it actually might be enough. Yeah, see? Simplify. Add lightness. See you, Sun Temple. Did Vandenberg have a mate-demate device? Yep. So the this mate-demate device doesn't look, it doesn't look like anything. It doesn't look like the two other mate-demate devices at Edwards and that were at Edwards and KSC. The reason why is this mate-demate device is designed to be disassembled. It's a modular mate-demate device. You can build it wherever. This mate-demate device was originally built for Rockwell. Built it to do the approach and landing tests at Edwards in the 70s. They built the MDD to be able, no, not there. They built the mate-demate device over here. Here's their factory. This is the old space shuttle factory. They built it here, and yeah, the shuttles were made in that hangar. Why is there a random train track coming out of there? That's weird. Is that a railroad track? Why is that doing that? Whatever, just tangents. And they designed that mate-demate device to be able to be disassembled. You can disassemble it. So when an orbiter rolled out, they built that mate-demate device here. Ironically, they built it with cranes. Cranes that if they were big enough to build the mate-demate device, they probably just could have put the shuttle on there, but whatever. They built it in Palmdale, put Enterprise on there, and then did the approach and landing test. And then after all the orbiters were made, well, not after all the orbiters were made, when they needed to do integration tests at Vandenberg, they didn't have the MDD ready. So they disassembled this and built it at Vandenberg. And that's where they took Endeavour off of the MDD. There it is at Vandenberg. And they used it for pad integration, which is where most of these shots are from. Did the shuttle land on the concrete runway or the lake runway at Edwards? Lake runway initially. Lake runway initially. And then eventually the concrete pad. I see all this amazing stuff at Vandenberg and know it wasn't used. Really bums me out. No wonder I was broke in the 80s. Yeah, right? Dude. This pad cost $2 billion in 1980s money to make. And it was 98% of the way there. And then some weasel, politician was just like, nope, never mind. Remember, politically sustainable, not architecturally sustainable. I just don't understand how you can finish this thing. Dude, they were past fitment. They were past fitment tests. Like, the only thing left to do, they had fitment tests, they had deluge tests done. The only thing left to do was actually just build a shuttle stack on it and fly it. That was it. That's not why. Has chat heard of the Cold War? Now, what does that have anything to do with it, Navy? They pulled out of the Vandenberg shuttle program because the Air Force decided that they didn't want to use the shuttle as their end-all be-all solution. They wanted expendable vehicles. They went back to expendable vehicles in the wake of the Challenger disaster in 1986. The Cold War is the reason why the shuttle exists, right? It's pretty much the reason why NASA exists too. But that wasn't the reason why they decided to stop using this. The reason why they decided to stop using it was because some moron in the Air Force decided he didn't like the space shuttle, so they stopped using it. Oh, you're saying the cost of STS is a rounding error compared to weapons programs. Yeah, I would say that's probably right. Yeah, I'd say that's correct. You ain't kidding, man. I mean, that factory that they used to make the space shuttles in, the space shuttle was the, let me say, in the 70s and the 80s, the space shuttle was the side hustle for Rockwell. I'll show you. These other pictures in Google Earth will tell you what this plant over here, what this airplane plant was primarily used for. If any of the pictures ever decide to load, screw loading, we don't need that. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, the space shuttle was a side hustle. Lava, you have more of a broad question. What would you like to have added to stock KSP? I know no more updates are made, which would increase realism while not making the game way too difficult. Your pick would be orbital precession. I want winches, ropes, steel cables. Yeah, that's the other thing they were making in this aircraft factory alongside the space shuttle. Yep. And there's Sophia. That's NASA's was NASA's Sophia plane. They decommissioned that. But yeah, that's Rockwell's old plant. It's right next to the Skunk Works. That's Lockheed's plant over here. Built a lot of cool stuff in there. I wonder what's over here. Oh. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say that this plant's probably Northrop Grumman's, considering you can see Northrop Grumman on the wall right there. Test cells. Cool. What's the next task in KSP? I don't know. Let me think what I want to do here. Let's try to see if we can optimize some part count here. I think I can get away with it. No. No, it's not. It's not gonna make a difference. All right. I wonder what B2 that was. A stealth one. That's working. It's working really well, actually. Well, I'll be a monkey's bare butt uncle. Where will you put the pad and how will it be moved? Honestly, Warhammer, just put a bunch of landing gear on it and roll it there. Seriously, just put a bunch of landing gear on it. Pad isn't that heavy, 461 tons. I've made planes that are heavier than this in this game. And then just roll it there. Put some jet engines on the side and taxi your launch pad away from KSC. Maybe the one that crashed in 2008 must have been the crash in 2022. It's cool you didn't know you could see it. Yeah, man, it's pretty neat. No problem, Alex. Considering this is mostly your fault. It's mostly your fault. God Ninja, this is my moderator. One of my mods made this. I'll link you the playlist in the chat. That's cool, man. 277 though. Is there any way we can cut down on parts more? No one ever wants to link to my SoundCloud. Check out my SoundCloud. Okay, I go work now. Don't blow up. All right. So now we need to tie this into the structure over here. Let's do that by running a set of struts like this. So I'm just worried about tying this into the structure. That's why I didn't use the pad. I'm just trying to make this as hierarchically strong as possible. Freaking words, man. Oh, no, these pieces need to go forward a little bit. They need to go there. You know what we could do? We could make the trenches symmetrical by doing this. I need to see the back of that dang thing. What does that thing look like? Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is not there in this design at all. The way the launch mount goes does not utilize any of that, which is kind of annoying because I already built it. Frick. Quick. Take that off. Take that, get rid of that. Get rid of that mini right there. Once again, guys, I'm looking for part count optimization here. Yeah, that's going to be teed across too. But that's no big deal. Yeah, it's not going to make that big of a difference. Now the center one. Center one's going to suck now because I need a half fuselage here and not a full one. And yeah, doing that really cuts down on the part count, dudes. Yeah, it really cuts it down. Yeah, and if I mean, we cut this here. Just got to undo a little bit of work, which kind of sucks, but it's all right. We need to make sure that if we put the launch mounts in position, that they're in the exact same spots as before. There we go. Now, what I'm going to do is delete the original piece. Yeah, we're going to delete the original. Oh no, that goes there like that. And then these pieces go forward. That. And then there's a couple of these here. Goes there like that, and that fully replicates this piece correctly. There. And now it's perfectly spaced to the trench. The thing is that now I gotta make sure this is node attached, so hierarchically it's the same. So I'm gonna need to delete this, and then we gotta take this piece, take it out of mirror sim, attach it there, move it up into position. And we take this and we do that. Good. Good. EJ, is the spin startup system for Starship similar to how they started the shuttle engines? They're not related in design, it's the same operating principle. I tilted these because for some reason, it's an aesthetic reason, so it doesn't matter with this design. Neat. What the size of dates megabyte for subassembly all in? Oh, I have no idea. I have a lot of shuttle parts. Lady Warrior, there's a lot. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. You know what? Instead of doing that same operation to this side, how about we just take this and... Cool. $263, not bad. I could probably find other ways to shave off more parts, but oh, those need to be rotated. Remember, hold down points on one side. Rotating it like that isn't going to make that big of a difference. All right, now we got to start tying this thing together, because this thing needs to be rigid. This is going to go right there, and this one is going to go right there. There we go. And then I want the same struts up at the top of this, right? And I want them going to this piece right here. Softly close, but cool. Nice. What do you think, dudes? That's pretty good, right? I think this is the right idea. Yeah, we could just leave that empty or put flags over it or something. Now, my tail service mast umbilicals are a little screwed up, but
Discovery, go at throttle up.
what the hell is the rest of this attached to? Hey, Ren. What's up, man? Pretty good. I mean, yeah, it'll work, dudes. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm almost like thinking take that off, but that replaces 2 parts with 4 parts if we put these here. I mean, but putting these here might look super nice comparatively. Oh yeah. Oh, I like it. That's good. Ferris, your little man is really enjoying the stream and likes your shuttle launch pad. Thank you. I'm glad you like it too. This is pretty cool. I'm a little bit worried about part counts, Rares. This is gonna get a little bit out of hand. You might not need those there either. Columbia's missing some pieces. Enjoy the last day of winter. All right. Yeah, the DSMUs in this design are basically right up at the main pedestal, so I'm gonna get rid of those. We don't need those. And yeah, that's gonna flip that, isn't it? Okay. That needs to be like that. And yeah, that gets rid of more parts. But it does introduce some Z fighting here, but I don't know. Curious, why does part count matter?
Discovery, go at
So
throttle.
Kerbal physically simulates every part. The more parts in the scene, the slower your computer goes. But I do have Canard. This is a really, really good computer. But it's not just about this being low part count. The stack, the shuttle itself, takes it up 600 parts, right? It's about 600 pieces. You know, it's a 600 part shuttle with a 260 part pad. And then I need like a 500 part gantry crane to be able to pick this thing up and move it correctly, Bob, right? All of that stuff adds up. Now, if they're separate vehicles, then it's not that big of a deal, but it all adds up. Hey, Stubborn, book it! 39-month resub. How's it going? Going good, man. The whole reason why I wanted to start building the pad baseplate, guys, is so we can replicate the tests that we did yesterday with this pad instead of a thrown together, cobbled together Freedom 7 pad. Yeah, that's the reason. But yeah, part count makes a big difference, dude. That's why I'm trying to save as much part count as possible right now. Yeah, making the TSMUs proportionally wider is gonna suck. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Because now I have to fill that freaking thing up. Perhaps a flag will do it. Pathfinder. Actually, that's pretty good. And then what I can do is I can take this and we can apply a flag texture to it. I can make it look like a truss segment. Or we could make it look gray. Boop. Just gray. Point is that this gets us the thickness that we need. Need a little bit more parts. Wouldn't look too bad. I don't need these parts down here. Truth be told, we probably don't need this row either. Yeah, I don't need this row here. And so, yeah, we don't need that. So, if we're designing the mobile service tower, this thing, see that has that big crane up there. If we're designing that, we need that to be able to reach over in front of the pad. That crane needs to be obviously taller than my shuttle. It needs to be taller than the shuttle stack, right? That's That's gonna be a big crane. And then it needs to park like right here. Like you can't go any further than the TSMUs, the mobile service tower, at least. And it needs to, see here, look at this. It needs to be able to reach over and in front of the pad so it can pick stuff up to put it on said pad. So yeah. Hey, Ian. A Slick 6 build. Ian, I had a breakthrough with same vessel docking, dude. So yeah, yes. Not Slick 6 now, though. This is Shuttle era Slick 6. But yeah, dude. Good to see you, man. How you been? Yeah, Ian, I figured out a way to put 2 SRBs on the pad and then bridge them, dock them together, and launch in one contiguous unit. It was a huge breakthrough yesterday. Check that out. I took 2 of my old Freedom 10 launch pads, put them next to each other, and then I hung this thing on there with a crane. SpaceX style. See? I hung the cross brace on there, used Kraken Tech to guide it in, right? And then got a Kerbal up in there to run a strut, replicating where the aft SRB struts were. Actually, that's what I'm doing right now. The only real problems that I ran into is that in the editor, the pad started doing that. Started moving around. I'm going to replicate that problem with this new pad here. And then, see, I ran that cross strut, and watch this, dude. You know, you think that this thing is going to flip out, right? Watch. Got it to work, dude. So I stacked one SRB, stacked the other SRB, put them together with a crossbar, swapped the primary docking port over from the aft attachment point to the forward attachment point, flipped the hierarchy on the SRB, which, dude, you know, man, you were here for this. Like, in the past, that would cause explosions, like a lot of explosions, right? I figured out a way to do it. No explosions. Look at how stable that is. I invert the control point here during the test. Right, watch right here. And then it does a proton. SAS installed upside down, right? Look at how solid that is, dude. I built that outside of the VAB. How's that? Now, not only did we do that, dude, the thing stayed together. SRBs tailed off in thrust because they're on their programmed CAL controllers. And we sequenced the separation correctly. Yesterday was a big day, dude. It was a big day. We made some disgusting progress. So now I took 2 Freedom 7 launch mounts and I grafted them onto a Slick 6 style launch plate. And what we have to do now is I have to do that same test with this pad. Doing good, been slammed with work, but can't complain. How you been? I'm alright, dude. I'm alright. I just need winter to not be winter. I mean, you wouldn't know, but this freaking winter sucked. It was so bad. The winter in the Northeast was terrible, dude. Oh, dude, we got hit with like a hurricane blizzard. It was awful. What about that pad? Well, that pad's a Starship pad, so. It's been a long winter, dude. It's been a long freaking winter. That's it. That's all. You're gonna build a mobile service tower to do it, use existing cranes. I'm gonna modify existing cranes, just in a very similar way we modified it here. I'm gonna modify existing cranes to make custom one-off things. We're gonna need to make a gigantic freaking crane, the biggest bridge crane I've built. Dude, it's been the 90s here all week, and it's just blech. Ridiculous, dude. Yeah, no. Ian, it was not above freezing from December till like middle of February, dude. It sucked. It was so bad. You got out, man, you lucky bastard. But yeah, anyway, are we getting some BF6 after hours? Well, no, SLS is going to roll out to the pad tonight, dude. Yeah. Yeah, SLS is going to roll out, so in about an hour and a half, I'm going to go do coverage for the rollout with NSF. Hey, Forge. Talking about Battlefield, you just bought BF6. Do you play it every after hours? Can you join? I don't play it all the time, Forge, but yeah, anybody's welcome to join, dude. I usually, you can only have a 4-man squad, so I usually do it on a first come, first serve basis. Like, whoever's ready to go when I start up, that's usually who plays with me. You'll be watching for the ASMR. I mean, you guys seem to like Battlefield. Like, it's not... But yeah, I gotta not let that game make me mad, which is... But yeah, even if you don't make it into the squad, you could still join up on the game. Like, that's no big deal. I can't wait for you to finish the city build. Oh, the racetrack build, dude. Yeah, that's another thing. Dude, yeah, we should finish that. Yeah, we should. I think getting mad at a video game versus getting mad at other things is fair. Look, I just don't like, I don't know, man. I don't like cursing on stream. I just don't. I really don't. I just really want to stop. But anyway, yeah, dude, I'm just finishing up, Ian, I'm just finishing up the tail surface mast umbilicals here. Really trying to optimize for part count here. Can't always watch the BF6 streams, but when I can, they're enjoyable. Cursing is fine, yeah, but it just, you know what I've noticed, dudes, like, you know, I whenever I usually die, it's like, oh, it's bullcrap, that's bullcrap. Dude, how many times is it bullcrap? Just shut up. Just play the game, man. Talking about me, you know, like, just shut up and play the game, dude. But then again, I usually play BF6 when I'm tired, so, you know, like, what are you gonna do? All these games so little time. Poor Drew Cab. Yeah, exactly, Krilani, right? Yeah, I just want to get away from doing that. That's all. But yeah. Help. 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 That was funny, man. Mac's a funny dude. That was pretty good. Help? Help? All right, we'll just leave the TSMUs there as kind of a stand-in. We don't need them for the next test, truth be told. Help? Yeah, that's good enough for now. Just leave those the way they are. Have you seen Alex Steele's newest YouTube video? Is it about stir welding? Yeah. Dude, that got linked to me like 20 times last night, dude. Yeah, no, I gotta watch it. I guess it's good. Stir welding is super cool. I never knew that stir welding works by removing material in the front and placing it behind. Pretty weird, right? Dude, stir welding to rocket science is what like unibodies are to automobiles. Stir welding leaves no there's no trace of the weld. It doesn't even look like it's welded together. All it does is just blend two pieces of aluminum together. It's really cool. Yeah, every like modern rocket's built that way. Vulcan is built that way. Falcon is built that way. SLS core stage is built that way. Shuttle external tanks. Actually, stir welding the applications of rocket science. The external tank was the first one to do it in the 80s with the super lightweight tank design. Yeah, every rocket's made like that, dude. Terran R with relativity is made that way. New Glenn is made that way. They all made that way. We do some of that. Just learned about it last week. Not an assembly, though, for components. Yeah, I don't know. In the application for cars, Bob, like if you're dealing with sheet metal, like you're dealing with stamp metal, like you don't need to stir weld there. But for stir welding is for when you're blending thicker pieces of metal together. Y'all got any propane and propane accessories? Yeah. Starship is TIG welded, if I'm remembering correctly. The reason why is with 4 millimeter thick 304X stainless, guys. You don't stir weld that. That would just rip right through it. Like I said, stir welding is for thicker metal. Starship's tank wall is extremely thin. Comparatively to like New Glenn or something, or Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is using it's using cast aluminum sheets that are milled into an orthogrid and then stir welded together. Your tank wall thickness on Falcon 9 is way thicker than Starship. Starship is like almost a piece of paper. Plus, our sheet metal nowadays is closer to paper than steel. Yeah, it's penny pinching nonsense, Bob. It's like, oh, well, if we use 24 gauge steel instead of 16 gauge steel, we'll save a ton of money. Yeah, never mind that you just made a freaking dud that's gonna rust out in like 5 years, right? Like, never mind that. Like, why would you give any benefit to your end users? No, we can't be bothered with that. Slugheads. Aren't you also saving mass, though? to an extent, Wolf, but if you're going to let efficiency drive your car design, well, like, it's not like it's a spacecraft where mass is your end-all be-all for, like, fuel save. Well, I mean, it is your end-all be-all for, like, fuel savings and stuff, but longevity of the vehicle is also kind of important. You can't have it rusting out at 20,000 miles, but that's what we see happen anyway. But yeah, Wolf, Starship's TIG welded. The reason why they use a TIG welding machine instead of a stir welding once again, it's because of the thickness of the tank wall. It's really, really, really thin stuff. Secondly, because it's thin, stainless doesn't take a concentrated heat flux in certain areas. Like, if you're heating up the whole thing, it's not that big of a deal. But what does a welder do? A welder introduces a ton of heat into one area real quick to zap a weld. You can't go about MIG welding that. I mean, you could, but you would break it. Like, you would either blow through, or you'd blow through, or you would introduce so much heat that your cylinder would end up kind of bent. So they use TIG welding. TIG welding with TIG welding, you have much better control of heat flux into the thing that you're welding. So, yeah, that's better. It's a better application for what they're doing with stainless. Fusions are good cars, Bob. Yep. Did you see the footage of the F-20? I don't care, Baron. I don't care. Don't bring that up. All right. Well, guys, I think it's time to do another pad rigidity test. Pad rigidita. So, let me think about this before we redo the base plate again. Let me think about how the length of the gantry crane that we need. So, let's do that before we do the rigidity test. So, let me get an SRB, right? This is just going to be used as a measuring stick for the most part. So, if we have a kickbacks, right? We put two kickbacks together like that, right? Is that long enough for this crane? Back of the vehicle, I mean, that'll roll it into position like that. And that gives us a pretty hefty area for our bridge crane. Yeah, that's good. Real good. Now, if that's the crane and the crane rolls all the way back, what's a safe distance? Right there. Nice. We got that pretty right. Excellent. Now, when this vehicle is in the forward position, Ian, your 2012 Fusion is approaching 175,000 miles. It's still going decently. But I bit the bullet in order to Model 3 yesterday. Yeah, that's fair. You gonna sell your Fusion? The Fusion? You gonna trade it in? Neat. So the assembly building has to have some overlap, the SAB. And the overlap needs to be right there so the gantry cranes can work. That should be good enough to pick up the external tank. This. So if we bring the external tank right there, right? We roll our ET in. Is that enough? It is. Nice. Is it enough? It's obviously enough for the orbiter. The orbiter is smaller. What about the SRBs? We can't move them in segment. We can't move them in segments, so that's gonna have to be right there. Oh yeah, we got plenty of room if we use the shuttle's flame trench, which is exactly what they did in real life. All right, cool. Perfect. Now, it's gonna be on land, Yeetus. Yeah. So now, this is where how everything is going to be when the buildings are in the integration position. When we don't want them in the integration position, these are crooked, right? I'm just gonna put markers here to show the stop positions of either one. So the stop position for that one is right there, and then the stop position for this one is right there. Just, we'll need to remember that later because our vehicles have to intermesh. Our two integration buildings have to be able to intermesh and they have to be able to dock to each other. That's key for you doing this. The vehicles have to be able to join up and become one thing. So now, now what we would need to do is move the assembly building. Oh, hold on. Away. Now, the real question here is, guys, is that far enough away? And if it is, we need to put the tracks all the way out here. Because the outer rails of the outer footprint here is what is my, that's my footprint for the cranes. That's how the cranes will stay aligned to the pad. Instead of, in lieu of building some rails, if I have to build the pad on a base plate, the cranes can actually just ride out here. And I can use, that's the reason why this whole thing looks like a gigantic H. So I can use these as tracks. It saved myself some steps. Like I said, if the assembly building goes to there, is that enough? I think that's enough on this side. Now, keep in mind that this building... Okay, so the overhang is going to be all the way back there. This building will be up here like this, and the overhang will be up there. I think that should be good enough. You know what? It's not going to cost me any... It's going to cost me 2 more parts to be able to make the... And making the pad just slightly longer on its footprint. Like that. To make this do what I want. And if this thing's all the way back here, then I'm not worried about it. That will absolutely make sure both of my integration buildings clear. I do not need this to put a whole damn shuttle stack together, launch the stupid thing, and then have it hit an integration building on the way up. I would not be happy, dude. Like, not happy. Please. You have a neighbor who uses an F-150 Lightning like a regular truck and done 4x4 in it, yet to see a Cybertruck uses it like a truck. Okay. Guys, I think this is a pretty good, at least preliminary base design. Yeah, that's good. That's good. What I mean, I have my the marker pieces here, right, for the cranes, but this is what are we at? 254 parts. That's it. That's all it is. Let's put it out on the runway. We'll see how strong it is. Oh, I gotta put a probe core on it. Yeah, because it's so ridiculously large, we have trouble putting the damn cores on. There we go. Put a couple of those, put a couple batteries. 261 parts total. It's pretty good, man. Can't help but see a pontoon boat. With the integration buildings and everything, though, it'll look a lot nicer, dude. Trust me. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. If I may ask, how will you slide the integration building over the shuttle stack? Like that. That makes sense. That's awful, Dons. That's awful, dude. Oh, you mean in KSP? So, did you see the crane that I used yesterday, Marcon? The big Grand Duke crane that I had Val push around and it went on rails? That. But in the, like that upside down L shape. It'll probably be the biggest crane that we've built thus far. Hey, Bree.
Thanks. Well done! Your chat's being nice to us again.
Oh no, what happened?
Be careful. There's addresses and names on there.
These are movie tickets.
Yeah.
For Project Hail Mary?
Yeah.
When are we doing this?
I guess this weekend. I think it comes out tomorrow. So.
Yeah. We're sending you and Brimo to go watch Project Hail Mary in IMAX. Grab yourself some popcorn, drinks, and enjoy the show. From Mason, All Systems Go, and Biohazard. Titan is sitting on my boot, by the way.
Also, I just want to say I almost missed this. All Systems has been begging me to check the mailbox for like a week, and I've been like, dude, there's nothing there. But the envelope was not marked very well at all. Like, I had no idea that's what it would have been.
Oh.
And was addressed to like you.
Come on up here. Yeah.
So I had no hint. So NMC needs to get better envelopes. But
Hello.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
It's the Titan Bear.
I guess we have a weekend plan now.
All right. We're going to have to go to the movies.
Hi, Bubbles. It's the bear. Look at this in my boy. Look at my boy. This is a good doggo.
Hi, buddy. How you doing? Hello. Hi. What's on your mind? Bunnies? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Mom kept opening the door, so I had to see what she was doing.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
I assume they're here. I don't know.
I don't see any of them there, but yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's awkward.
I'll say thank you later.
Alright. Love you, Biggs. See you later, chat.
All right, baby. What did you make for dinner?
The meatballs that are now sitting on the counter.
Meatballs?
Sad, because you never came and ate them.
Yeah.
I told you twice what I was making today. Once before I made it, and the second time after I made it. So it's on you.
I'm not yeah, my brain's not being good today.
Oh, your brain is not braining?
It's not brain not do good more.
Okay.
See ya.
Love you.
Love you too. All right, well, that's good. Everyone should enjoy the unconditional love from a pet. Yeah, Rose, I love that dog. Titan is my buddy. So yeah, dudes, if you want an update on Titan, he when I take him out OUT, just in case people are watching with pets, when we go OUT, I don't need a leash. No leash. He just follows me around. And if he tries to go and sniff something, I say, nope, come back here, and he comes back. Oh, all systems, you're here. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, Titan, I've been training him to just stay with me, and he stays with me. That is mostly from practicing and feeding him a lot of TREATS. But yeah. Yeah, that's something that I don't know, like, I mean, I don't know, who cares, like, if you're here for the Shuttle Pad and stuff and Spaceflight stuff, like, we'll talk about that in a second, but, guys, after work, I train my dog, like, every day after work. It's a routine, you know, I'll make him sit for food, for a treat, like, little tiny treats, like, I'm not feeding him, like, crazy amounts of treats every day, even though his mother is. You know what I mean? But I train him. You know, whenever I give him a treat, and you sit down, right? Paw, roll over, etc., etc. And I do that all the time. And that's I do it 5 days a week. Whenever I come in from work, and yeah, all of a sudden he stays with me. You know, which is cool. I am not. Oh, you're here. Sorry. Yeah, he stays with me, which is pretty sick. He only begs you for food, sir. Yeah, and you know, like, no, like, I don't know if you guys watched when Titan first started coming around. I'd tell him to come up here, right? And he wouldn't. I told him to come up. Now he got up and he got some really nice pets. That's my bub. That's my boy. That's my bubba.
The papa. The doggy.
It's nice. Yeah, so. One man, you came here after reading the Bloomberg news. Bro, until NASA says something, I don't. Whatever. Yikes, that not how to do rocket engine. Uh-oh. Yep, that's bad. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah. That is not great. Something broke. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Guys, you know whose engine is that? That's a DFI engine. That's probably one of NASA's. This is a developmental. It's a test stand, and when I say a test stand, I mean a real test stand. This test stand is just testing the combustion chamber, recirculation manifold, throat, and nozzle. And it looks like they tried to film cool it or something, but yeah, see that? That's bad. And then it goes south real quick. You know how I say, like, when rocket engines don't work, it's either they work or they don't? Yeah. And either way, you're gonna figure it out really fast. Yeah, there you go. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Damn. Yeah, it's not too bad. Doesn't really hurt. Not here or here so much, but like right here. So man, just look at how it soaks the heat on one side. Something, I don't know, man. That could be a bunch of different things. Yeah, I mean, non-uniform heating. That's why non-uniform heating is bad for a rocket engine. Because you get to the point where the material just fails. Catastrophically. Clogged channels? I don't know, Wolf. It's hard to say. I'm gonna go ahead and say that this probably has something to do with this manifold mechanism. Whatever that is, and I don't know what it is. It could be for film cooling. It could be a gas generator exhaust. It could be, I mean, I'd have to go read about the test. But I don't think it's any secret that it failed right where that inlet pipe comes in. And that is an inlet pipe. Whatever's going into this manifold is coming into it from here. And we can't see what that's attached to on the test stand. But that's the only asymmetry in this entire nozzle design. It's the inlet on the manifold right there. Now, I'm not saying that that's the cause of it, but I would say that that's likely. Given how the cooling channels, if that is film cooling, given that that's the only asymmetric thing on this nozzle. Dude, look at the crack. Look at the crack in the combustion chamber. Holy balls, dude. That's crazy. Dude, you know how much power needs to be going through that to crack metal like stone? That's unreal. Crunch. Yeah, that manifold, whatever that manifold was doing, it did not like it. Because, so, Wolf, look, when the thing broke and they lost combustion, let's say they lost combustion chamber pressure, it shot a bunch of what appears to be gaseous cryogenic propellants out the wrong side of the combustion chamber. And that is coming from this. So when the nozzle breaks, you can see that the injector plate is still going. This right here is atomized propellant. That's what it looks like coming out of an injector plate. When old Raptor 2s did spin prime tests, that's what they're doing right there. No ignition, right? That's what they do. They shoot atomized fuel out the injector plate without lighting it. Now, in this particular case, they just shot atomized fuel on a glowing red hot broken nozzle, and that makes an explosion. That makes a big explosion. Yeah, that's it. See? But they did shut the injector plate off in time before the entire test stand blew up. But yeah, something is still going through that recirculation manifold. Yeah. Yeah, that's broken. And once again, whatever it is how, however, see this pipe right here? This one? Whatever it is whatever that's feeding, the nozzle did not like it. I'm 100% sure of that. Didn't like it. It also looks like this engine's fired before. See the discoloration in the combustion chamber? It looks like it's fired before. So if it has been fired before, it's entirely possible that they had liner degradation in the nozzle. No, sir, I don't like it. It's entirely possible that they had nozzle degradation or liner degradation in the nozzle. Meaning if this is using whatever this is feeding, whatever cooling channels this is feeding, got degraded over time from previous fire. Basically, fire the engine too much, it doesn't like it. But yeah, that could be a bunch of different things, dude. Oh, yes, mechanical knowledge. Hey, Dave Plummer. In the presence of pure oxygen, without an added fuel, the engine itself becomes the fuel. Dave! Hell yeah! That's awesome! He's right! That's correct! We love Dave Plummer. That guy's cool. For the people that care, Dave Plummer invented the Task Manager. He's the guy that made Task Manager and Windows Pinball. Oh, and Windows Calculator and zip folders and Windows Product Activation. Frickin' Dave, dude. I knew I liked that guy. He knows about rockets. That's pretty neat. And that's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. I don't think he made Clippy. I would not be glorifying him if he made Clippy. Here's the paper associated with the video. Oh. Let me see. Additively manufactured GR COP 42 copper alloy combustion chamber failure analysis. Ooh, a graphical abstract. Interesting. What were these boys up to? During hot fire, an additively manufactured laser powder bed fusion GR COP 42 rocket engine combustion chamber failed, providing a case study for proper AM aluminum magnesium process rigor, particularly for builds with interruptions. The paper describes test day events, chamber manufacturing and post-processing, and material evaluations used for understanding root failure. Additive manufacturing, yeah. So laser powder bed fuser, additive manufacturing. Yeah, it's sorry. I told you my brain is not working correctly today. I know what a laser sinterer does with metal printing. Just please bear with me. Metallographic analysis of the failed chamber and adjacent chambers from the same build revealed excessive porosity, 3 orders of magnitude higher than the typical GR COP 42, centered near the witness lines. This porosity reduced tensile strength and elongation, contributing to the failure. In contrast, test bars emulating build interruptions demonstrated no reduction in strength, elongation, or fatigue life, confirming that properly executed restart procedures don't inherently weaken GR COP 42 components. The failure likely resulted from a cascade of events, highlighting the need for stringent process controls in aluminum additive manufacturing. On the topic of combustion chambers, did you see what InnoSpace said about the anomaly during the hand-bit nano flight? No, I didn't. So they build interruption. They 3D printed a little bit of it, and then they didn't prepped the machine correctly when they resumed it, and it didn't like that particular interruption. The other thing is that I'm not 100% sure that that's the same test as the thing, but yeah. Cool. Thanks, Crazy Nancy. Appreciate it, man. All right. They waited too long between printing the layers. That's what that sounds like, dude. Yeah. The building material needs to be warm in order to get it to meld together when you're laser sintering, I guess, would be the right way to say that. You can't, yeah. If you let it get too cold, it's not going to work. Got to do it in one shot. Or minimal interruptions, if at all. All right, let's go see what we got here. Let me just replicate the same processes that we did yesterday. Speaking of processes, so I took the stack, right? And we took the SRB off. Pulled that SRB off. Got rid of the orbiter and the external tank. We proceeded to then reroute the SRBs to that piece. They're backwards. Okay. Now, grab the whole thing. Okay, make sure the solid rocket booster is set to same vessel interaction. Get rid of the solid fuel. Okay, now we got to do the same thing for the other side. Is that why you guys were asking me if I've seen Project Hail Mary like 1,000 times over the last couple of days? DJ, have you seen Project Hail Mary? It's like 1,000 people have freaking asked me, or, you know, they were freaking plotting and scheming, man. I mean, it comes out on Friday. All right, that's fair. Go ahead, Anonymous, yeah.
Clifton, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
See, the tickets finally showed up. This is for nachos. Movie was great. I saw it on Monday.
Okay. Okay. Noted. Donuts. I'm just putting, for this test, I'm putting things down where the struts need to be. And if we do get to the point of a Kerbal needing to rope these things together, if we get to that point in our testing, I will put a little crate right here with struts. There's an old saying, guys, remember, Kerbal struts drive me nuts. Okay, approximately 33 seconds after liftoff, gas leakage occurred at the forward section of the first stage hybrid rocket combustion chamber assembly, leading to a rupture of the combustion chamber. The investigation found that the leakage was caused by insufficient compression of sealing components during the on-site reassembly of the forward chamber plug as part of preparation activities. That sucks. Yeah, bad process will kill you, dude, if you're not careful. Okay, one more thing to add here. We need the extraterrestre bracket. Extraterrestre bloco. There we go. We can get rid of those struts. Then I can get rid of... you don't necessarily need to get rid of that bracket, but the other thing that I'm going to do, just in case we do go to launch this thing, is just put some radio parachute mounts on this thing. And a probe core would probably be a good idea too. Now, if we're going to truly test this correctly and sequence an SRB separation exactly how we want, we should configure the vessel naming and set this as... ship. Were you fooding before rollout? Yeah, that's why I want to get this test done. Okay, save, and let's put this out. I mean, we'll test on the runway with this. It's not that big of a deal if we don't. I am supposedly doing NSF. I don't know. I told them to sign me up. Gotta make that money for the car parts, dude. Oh, yeah. Well, at least we know when it goes to do the twang maneuver that it's going to work. Wait. Oh, crap. One of them has solid rocket fuel in it and the other one doesn't. Hold on. So let's roll up March 19. Okay. Hey, Rissy, what's up? Rapid Orbiter reuses flare on final approach and mate with stack. No. No. You're back from rowing practice and I'm starting my multi-calc homework and watching some EJ. All right. Okay. I am going to need a spare cal controller if we do get that far to do some launching fun. Okie dokie. Methane, you're about to watch Project Hail Mary. You're pumped. Nice. Multicac was fun. Looks way worse than it is. Oh yeah, Matt? All right. All right. So let me just make sure that I have these all. Yep. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I got a 39-month resub. That's 3 times 13, a multiple of 6. And that other number. Also, roughly half of 77, which is half of 154. All right. Okay, let's control from here. That's pointed straight up. All right, so what we're gonna do is undock this, and we'll see how this fares for us. $89.8. It moved a little bit, but it didn't seem to move at all. You're gonna go watch any launches this year. I don't really have any money to do that, Kuro. Probably not. I mean, I don't know. You never know. Okay, so the same logic works here as the other pad. As the other pad. Yeah, see the crosshatch struts? This thing is really going to be strong. Okay. All right, so the next thing that we need is a Kerbal. We need a Kerbal out here with a, I need an engineer. Kerbal is way beyond what this 72-year-old lady can follow. I watched the Eagle land. I'm glad NSF linked us to you. Really appreciate your streams and commentary. That's cool, Rose. That's awesome. Yeah. I'm glad you like the commentary. So, Rose, what I'm doing here, like, just to say it in plain English, I'm making the launch complex from Vandenberg for the space shuttle. The reason why is, so in Kerbal, you design and build rockets, you send them up into space, they come back down, right? You got to go through re-entry, etc., etc. It's just like real life, right? I mean, Kerbal's a little bit abstracted to make it a little bit easier because rocket science, right? But I want to land my shuttle on the runway. And I want to tow it back to this launch pad, you know, build a truck, tow the stupid thing back, put new payloads in it, and then have a crane pick it up and put it back onto another external tank and SRBs, right? The reason why I want to do that is, well, I want to reuse a space shuttle. That's a really hard challenge, and it forces you to do a lot of really crazy engineering. And yeah, I like doing that. I like making the gears turn. That's all. You got to stay sharp, you know? There's the truck with the bracket on there. Let me put some struts in here. Kerbal struts drive me nuts. Just in case. I need one of those too. All right, we need an engineer. I gotta start getting ready for NSF stuff here in a moment. but let's do this test. And then I'm gonna go grab food, and then I'll switch you guys over to NSF stuff. And I'm gonna commentate on the SLS rollout. Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. Breaking the law, breaking the law, bow, bow. Now, when we do end up building the launch complex, it won't be on the end of the runway. I'm just putting it here for testing. Truck tire. I can't stop. Oh, wait. Whoa. Close call. Now, this is what happens when you use the other guys. Sorry. All right. Let's go here. Go here. Leave seat. Come on over here, buddy. Looked like I saw the SRBs move around there. I'm gonna put stuff like flags over this so that that's not like hurting people's eyes. Well, we haven't done the full test yet, dude, but we'll see. Yeah, little green men. Yeah, these are the people you launch into space in this game. You launch little green men into space. Yeah, it's awesome. Those are Kerbals. See? Guys, that didn't move at all. Yeah, that didn't move at all. Now, the change that I made was I set the nose cones of the SRBs to root part, which during this phase of the integration, the root part will be on the pad. So, easy peasy. But, yeah, I'm fairly confident that these are good to go. So let's put it through the same load testing that we did last night. It's 11:35 p.m. Is that too late to bake muffins? No. No, not at all, Geeson. Ah, you're good. Okay, you stay there. Alright, so we have to put the engines into an activated state. So... Oh, the nozzles. Okay, so don't activate these things. Do not activate these things when with the SAS enabled. The nozzles will start skitching around. So they've enabled the UAS gun in VF6. It's a real-life weapon used to kill drones and gadgets like turrets and sensors. Funnily enough, it can also trigger mines so you can kill people with it. Oh, that's good. More fake stuff. Lovely. You know, it's amazing how simple and complex at the same time a launch pad is. Yeah, you said it. All right, Cal 100 controller, go here. Find the thrust limiter. Find the thrust limiter. Open the track editor on the Cal controller. Now, I know this is not, like, incredibly realistic. But this is my way to hack a Cal controller to do this. Watch. Solid rocket fuel tanking. It works. Hey, I can't stack segments like they can in real life, so this is my solution. Move the booster in one piece. Tank it on the pad. Want something long to read? Look up the ASME Y14 drawing standards. There are several parts. Ooh. Drawing standards. Oh boy. Firing chain is armed. Separation igniters. Now, if we want to do this right, set make primary on the SRB so it separates correctly. This sucker's gonna go big. You're in that part of a project right now. Oh boy. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. You know, that is what I want, but that's also not what I want either. I mean, it was flying. I just really wasn't expecting it to take the freaking pad with it, dude. I'm not even mad. That was sick. Well, that sucks. It looks like our hold down points got all hung up down there. Holy crap, that was cool. Dude, it lifted that whole freaking thing up. Like, I'm not even mad. That was awesome. Like, that didn't do what I wanted. That sucks, but it lifted the whole pad. Wow. That's fast. 80-month resub. Holy crap.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We had an observation. We observed something. I was like, well, is the pad moving? Where'd the ground go? Yeah, you could have towed it out of the environment. No, I don't need to worry about that. It flew out of the environment. But bro, the docking ports undid themselves. There was nothing connecting that thing to the pad as far as I know, but my hold down points seemed to have slipped down. And yeah, that was strange. I don't know if that was a glitch or something, but yeah, that's crazy that has basically 1.0 TWR. And it could move the entire launch pad, which I'm now picking up. I did not hit fly, but whatever. You Tianlong 3'd. Yeah, but that was a little bit different, I think. I can't believe that, dude. You clipped it, Wisp. 52 pad pickup. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, I ain't even mad. That was actually really cool. So, the first thing I checked was the docking ports. The docking ports are aligned. Yeah, the hold down points are stuck. Dude, we lifted up that entire pad. That face when your rocket and launch pad took off. All right. I mean, yeah, as they burned, it was enough to move the entire launch pad. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep that into account. Take that into account when we go to launch a shuttle. So yeah, look, both of my ports are undocked, and the vehicle separated correctly. Like in terms of undocking, it's separated correctly. But if you look, when it's separated, for whatever reason, the hold down points are underneath the clevis. Which, I mean, honestly, those are only there for alignment purposes. I don't necessarily need them for liftoff, because the SRB is sitting up against that plate that's the cylindric piece down there. It's not far from canon from the shuttle SRBs. You light them and they go. They don't care about nothing. I mean, in reality, if the hold downs didn't fire Aqualex, the SRB would just rip itself off the pad, not take the pad with it. But, I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Sorry, yeah, it happens. Yeah, it was a pretty expensive test, but hey, whatever. You know, Some of the pads okay. At least I built that pad strong. I mean, if anything, that was a pretty good test. A pretty good stress test for the pad, dude. The pad went 100 feet up in the air, came back down, crashed into the surface, and only blew up when it, like, really crashed into the surface. That was pretty cool, man. Anyway. All right, well, that's going to do it for part 2, guys. It's time to watch a real rocket, the SLS rollout. Let's watch that rollout, and let's watch that. Let's roll that thing out, and let's watch that roll out, and hopefully, I mean, it will take its pad with it out to, you know, hopefully it doesn't do that when it launches. But I am going to get ready for NSF coverage. Just recovering what's left of my launch pad from the field next to the runway. There we go. Cool. And that's going to do it for part 2. No, RC. There was not 2 EJs. You're just seeing things on the screen. Blast, what's up, 3LRD? Blurred. In science news, scientists at Cambridge University accidentally discovered a new way to modify complex drug molecules. Instead of using toxic chemicals, they use LEDs. Potential for new medicinal science in space, perhaps. I do like myself some LEDs. That's cool, man. All right, so on the YouTube side of things, dude, I am going to shut down. I'm going to shut down over on the YouTube stream. Link to Kerbal, Rose? What do you mean? The game? Yeah. Here, let me show you the title. That's the title right there. Just type that in. It's on an app called Steam. It's an app for games. You can buy it there if you want. Kerbal 1 is like $15 or something. It's the best $15 I ever spent, man. Yeah, on the YouTube side of things, I am going to shut it down on Twitch. Just stay here. Yeah, and stand by for acquisition of signal. All right. It's one hell of a return on investment. I would say that you're correct. Yeah. That was, Hokey, I would say that that's probably the best $15 I've ever spent. Ever. Like, it's not even close. I made a job out of that $15, and that job has provided me 10 years of salary. Well, actually 11 now at this point. Like, yeah, no, this is a pretty good investment. Yeah. Yeah, don't buy KSP2. KSP2 sucks. Anyway. And on that terrible disappointment, that's going to do it for part 2. You guys know the drill. I'm not going to jog the VOD on YouTube. I am just going to flip over. Stand by for loss of signal on YouTube. If you want to see what I'm doing, go to the NASA Spaceflight channel on YouTube. NSF for short. And I will be commentating on the SLS rollout. I will see you guys
Discovery,
there.
go at throttle up.
It bought you this shirt, guy. Yeah, I really do need all these cars, all right? Does YouTube have raids? No, it doesn't. Well, I have no idea. Anyway, I gotta go. We got 10 minutes. I'll see you in a second on NSF. Thank you for watching.